Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning. This is a Committee of the Whole meeting of the Council of the County of Annapolis, and we're going to be here for 3 days doing our budget deliberations. I'll begin with the roll call. I do see that Councillor Morrison isn't here at the moment. We contacted him, and he'll be about another half an hour, 45 minutes before he gets here, so we're going to start without him. So District 1, District 2, District 3 is myself, Alan Parrish, District 4, District 5, District 7, District 8, District 9, District 10, District 11.
Diane LeBlanc.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, I just want to know, we may be setting a special in-camera council meeting for a week this Friday, 10 days from now or so. I just wonder, would people be available if in fact it turns out that we do want to have a special meeting then? You're not looking very happy. Everybody seems okay. Councillor Longmire, you have a look on your face like it might be an issue. Well, pardon me?
We're later in the day.
You say what time of day?
Later.
2:30.
Later in the day would be better for you? Okay.
I have a morning appointment, but I can cancel it. It's just a priority.
We don't know if this is going to happen yet. We should know by Thursday or Friday of this week. That if we do have a special council meeting, then we would call it, say, on Monday to give notice for Friday. So I guess the point of this discussion is just if something does come up between now and next Friday, I'd rather you not book it to something else, and then we'll see how it goes. Okay?
So we're booking for afternoon. Is that it, more or less?
Well, we'll make that determination, I guess. I think it'll take a little longer than if we start at 3:30. I think we need a couple hours anyway. So I'll be in touch with you. Well, we need 3 days' notice for a special council meeting. So that's why I picked Friday, and we won't know till about this Friday whether we're going to need it. But that's a possibility, Councillor Hudson. We'll check that out. So for the next couple of days, my plan is we're going to start at 9 o'clock, and we'll have a break at about 10:30 or quarter to 11 for 5 or 10 minutes. Then we'll break sometime between 12 and 12:30 for an hour for lunch. Then we'll have a break in the afternoon, and we'll call it quits at 4:30. Okay, is that fair enough with everybody? We'll try to do the same thing for the 3 days that we have. And if we have to go over into another day, so be it. It's the most important period of time for the council in setting our budget and our finances, so we're going to do what we need to do. As I understand it, and I'll leave it to Mr. Coutinho to explain it better, Mr. Coutinho is going to start with his presentation, and it will involve staff to some degree. And then we're going to, after the presentations are over, we're going to go through the budget for the purpose of questions, not for deliberation, not for saying, I think this should go out, I think this should be bigger, but more, what does this mean? Why did that happen? Can we, questions. I don't understand that. Where'd that come from? Those kinds of things. So, in fact, my understanding, and it's the first time I've been through this, so I'm at a learning curve too. My understanding is we're going to be going through the budget at least twice. Once for perhaps even 3 times, maybe a presentation and then questions and then actual deliberations. And we won't be making any final decisions until the council meeting on the 20th, I think it is, of April. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Okay. So far I'm doing all right. And so to keep my perfect record, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Coutinho.
On somebody else, huh?
Thank you, Warden, and members of council. I'm going to try and project my voice because I've been told I kind of speak a little low, and so I'll be doing that. A couple of things. I feel like this is like a teacher, and this is where I wish I had teaching skills because keeping people's attention is going to be a bit of a challenge, maybe. Budgets are usually dry, and so as I go through this presentation, you're going to have to bear with me. I'll do all the. I didn't take a course in adult education, but bear with me, and we'll get through this. If I see you nodding, I know I'm not doing a good job.
We'll tell you when to sing and dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as the warden said, this is the budget timeline. So today we'll be doing the budget overview, and we'll be touching on all the things. And really, it's a bit of an education process for council, as well as for the community who might be watching, who, I'm not aware of what our budget processes are like. And then, as soon as we're done, if I'm done early, we can begin the capital budget discussions, because that could be a lengthy discussion as well. And we'll go into budget discussion. Most likely this afternoon, but we'll see how we do this morning, because you may have questions off me. Tomorrow, the department heads will be doing, it's a combination of both their orientation that of their departments. I don't think council had some of you haven't had an orientation of what the departments are about, so it's introducing their departments, introducing what it looks like, how they're structured, and then they'll get into the budget, their piece of the budget. After they're finished, each one of them, council can, ask for clarity, like, what exactly is this program, or, that type of thing. You're not going to get into saying, well, I think it should be less, or I think it should be more. That you leave for the following day. So tomorrow's discussions is basically trying to understand what you're seeing in front of you and asking the questions of the directors, So I noticed that this is an increase, or what is this program about? And the directors will explain what it is about. So you're keeping your notes for the next day when you want to make changes to the budget. That's budget deliberations. So you will get there. You might think that this is a perfect document and not make a single change. I'm counting on that, but I know that it's not going to happen, because that's what council is is all about. So and then, by the way, before I go, let me just go back there. Following the budget deliberations, if you're not done by Friday with all of your what you need to do, we can establish another day for committee of the whole. And if you're not done, then we can establish another day. We're not going to be, this is not a process of forcing you into a little box. We'll take the time that you need to go through the budget. So if it's not done on Friday, we'll pick another day for committee of the whole. But hopefully we get, we finally get to April the 20th, Tuesday, April the 20th, when it goes before council for approval. Okay, and obviously after budget deliberations, there will be work that we will have to do, finance will have to do, to make adjustments to the budget so it reflects council's deliberations. So in terms of, I'm going to have to look behind me, but I've got a shadow on this thing, which is helpful. In terms of council's guidelines, typically, if I was here for the year, we would have picked up clues from council on what it is that you were looking for. But substantively, what I've picked up from council is that you're looking for a couple of major things. You're looking to settle litigations that are currently before us. You want fiscal accountability to the taxpayer. You've asked us to maintain the existing service levels and standards, because I didn't hear anybody saying, lower service levels or remove some standards. But you certainly want staff to build budget capacity for future years. and we're going to talk about how we do that. And clearly, the last point, which is not the least, is you want a better understanding of our budget process, and so hence this sort of education process where we're going to go. And this was, I gathered this from actually conversations with councillors and the warden, and there's no intention to seek any direction from council today. You will be giving us direction for sure as we go along. In terms of citizens' priorities, what I've heard through you and from council and through conversations with people calling, they want better governance and increased transparency. They want better communications from us. They want the community fiber network. Get it done. That seems to be like from all of you that that was one thing that they wanted. So it was an expenditure that this council undertook. They want us to serve our community better, and they want value for tax dollars. So I don't think it was. I could put it any differently. So budget, and what is it? Believe it or not, it is your main policy document. This is what all of your policies and everything that you do as a council, it's aimed at this day when you bring your budgets forward. And so your previous councils and previous administration staff, this document represents what it is that they saw was valuable to this community. So the budget is really is your policy instrument. It's the main thing about what you do. So you think about everything and all the calls that you take on service delivery, on services that we provide, and all of these things. It culminates in this document. It's council's main policy documents. It's your priority, it's about your priorities, and this is where it is. It ends up in this, and your predecessors and my predecessors obviously had to pay some attention to what it is council wants in the document. The authority under the Municipal Government Act, you have under Section 65 of the Municipal Government Act, it says the council shall adopt operating in a capital budget for each fiscal year. So that's where your authority comes from to spend money, and you're required to have an operating budget and a capital budget, and it has to be done earlier. This policy document, and it defines the public interest, because that's what the public is looking for, and it combines the communities and political interests that shape what you're seeing before you. So, as an example, there are service delivery outcomes and public health outcomes and so on, public education, all of those. And the success of local governments is influenced by our fiscal capacity. So you can only do so much with the money that you've got. And it's a capacity, that's the capacity. You collect those taxes in the revenues from citizens. And so if you want to add new programs, obviously you're going to have to take something off the table. But if you like all the programs you're delivering and that's what the citizens want, then the option is, if you're adding stuff, then you might have to think of an increase in revenue. Alternatively, you might have to look at cutting down your service levels. So you reduce your service levels and make capacity for programs. There's other ways to make revenue, and that's to encourage development in our community. And that's where our planning department can become really busy if we've got a good, healthy environment that attracts development, and that's a good way to generate revenue for the community. Financial challenges, we have a few. Obviously, settlement of the numerous litigations is a big one. The depletion of our reserves. Again, we need to rebuild our reserves. There are many good projects and many priorities, but not enough money, and that's just no different than your pocketbooks. we all have homes, and if you look at how you manage your household income, this is no different. This is just a larger home. You know, we've got a fixed amount of money, and we've got all of these things. And later on, I'll probably give you sort of an analogy of why managing your home is quite similar to managing the budget of the municipality. So there are many good projects and not enough money. And of course, the revenues are dependent on substantively, as you'll see later, on residential taxes. It is the most stable revenue stream that we have. And so that again, that will change over time. So these are the services that we provide. And sometimes I think citizens and yourself need to actually see them in front of you. There's all of these. There's protective services, fire protection, building inspection, emergency management, law enforcement, and it goes down the list. I won't read them all, but streets and roads is a big one for council. Snow clearing, potholes, sidewalks, street lights, they come up often in discussions. Infrastructure replacement, sewers, all of those things. Sewage collection and treatment, big cost in our budget. Solid waste management, planning and zoning, all of these are services that we provide. You have transit service, it's a cost. Internet service will become a cost in the future.
Advance your slide, please.
Oh, right, thank you. Thank you, David. Culture and heritage services, recreation services, parks, trails, arenas, ball fields, all of these things. Facilities, legislative services, the things that we provide in-house, administration services, financial management, and legal services. So these are the services that the community has asked and are paying for. And the question then becomes, what does that look like? So here's just a quick overview of a pictorial overview of what it is we're spending money on. And you can see the categories now, just so that everybody's aware. These categories are established by the province. We don't have a choice, because that's how they measure us against other municipalities. So when you see the FCI indicators, the financial condition indicators, the province requires us to collect information in this format. So if you went to any municipality, you went to HRM as an example, you would see that the information is captured in these, in this chart, so general government, protective services, transportation, and so on. So just to give you an overview, for example, when you see environmental health and you see environmental development, and someone might ask, well, what's the difference between the two? Environmental health is to do with sewers and sewage treatment plant and pumps and stations, solid waste, all of those kinds of things. And environmental development has to do mainly with planning and zoning and some of the community development initiatives. So it's two slightly different things, but government has decided that this is how you're going to capture that information in these kinds of stovepipes. Your CAO is not perfect. On my chart here, I made an error with the debt service and transfers to reserves. See that last graph there, and it shows debt service and transfers to reserves as $964,740. I had actually taken that. That was what's showing in my surplus account, and I inadvertently put that into the chart. So that number is wrong. It's not supposed to. That's not supposed to be. It's actually supposed to be $646,953,000. So I apologize for those viewing and for you with the chart. I just picked it up this morning. I was looking at it and going, oh no, I did something wrong here. And that's what it is. So off that, 372,000 roughly is transfers to the reserves, and 279,000 roughly is our debt. payments, which is actually quite low, as you will see later on. That's a bit of good news. So we have some capacity in that area. And this is just another view. I know it's a little hard to see the writings, but just to show you what the pie looks like. The red is the protective services, and so that's a large chunk. Education is another large chunk, and environmental health. That's all of that is a big chunk, and general government, another big chunk. So those. The charts in front of you, and then for the view, I guess for the public viewing it, recreation is shown in green, environmental development is shown in blue, and hopefully, David, I think when they're looking at the PowerPoints, they'll actually be able to see the numbers. What you might find difficult seeing on the screen, they will actually see it on their screen, so it's they'll have that before them. This part here is something that most councils are not aware of. There is a provincial, this is something you can't touch, none of us can touch. Even if we don't like it, we have to swallow it. It's a hard pill to swallow. But these are the mandatory charges that come down, and we're told what it is going to be, and we have no choice. We just have to put it in our budget, and we have to take the figures that they give us. So assessment services, that's the PVSC, this is the organization that does the assessment, and it's co-owned by all of the municipalities, and this is our share. It's $410,000, $765. Correctional services, that's our share, $246, $248. Deficit for the housing authority, that's our share, $112, $885. We can't give them a cent less. They'll just come and get it from us. Regional library assessment, $130,700. Public prosecution, $11,736. The Annapolis Valley Center for Education, $3,983,604. And the RCMP services. Again, we can't manage, we can't do anything about it. That's $7,747,000, which is an impact of about 35 cents on our tax rate, and roughly 1/3 of our budget. There is little flexibility in the annual budget process when it comes to trying to do anything with this. You really can't do anything with it. So, Council, as we start to go through this, you will start seeing that for the first time it's really complex. It feels complex to Council, but as we start to go through it, you will see that these programs, and I know for some of you, you will see this. You will look at it and you go, well, that's just you've just added 2% to last year's costs. Well, that's because it's no different than your own home expense. If you hired a company to look after your lawn mowing and your other needs, every year you anticipate, okay, it's going to cost me whatever, $600, and maybe the contractor might come this year and say they want $605 or whatever. So sometimes, because these programs are run annually, they require the same number of staff. They require the same number of, the same pieces of equipment. All you're going to see is a slight variation from the year before. So in terms of the discretionary costs and what you can change, there will be things that you can change, and I'll walk through that with you on why probably maybe a good idea, maybe a bad idea, to try to make some changes. So there'll be things like, for example, your discretionary costs, transfers to reserves. Well, I don't know why anybody wanted to reduce transfers to reserves. You might want to increase transfers to reserves. So there'll be things like that's discretionary. Using capital from operating, that's discretionary. Building maintenance, software purchases, grants, special projects, consultants, professional services, training, travel, office costs, all of those things are discretionary, but that's the first place councils seem to go. and I'll advise council sometimes, please don't touch my training budgets for my staff, because that's, that's an area where you want to develop people and so on. But, I'll be getting into a little bit of discussion as we get into budgets and talking about discretionary services and where we can. So this little pie here shows you our, the red just basically shows you the piece that we can't touch. It's mandatory, and the rest is our service, the services that we provide to the organization. So in this year's budget, this is where you're going to see some changes in the expenditures. In general government services, we have an increase of 109,000. Protective services, an increase of 150,000 roughly. Transportation is down by about 5. Environmental health services is up by about 351. Public health is up by 17. Environmental development up by about $1 million. Recreation cultural services up by 28,000. Education up by 130,000, and debt and transfers up by about 32,000. So in total, increase in expenditures $1,865,902. So that's the change in expenditures this year. So the total expenditures for all services is $21,742,662, and this figure will come in later as we look at how we do, how we address the gap. So our revenues. This is the income that we require to manage the business of the organization, and so you've just seen a figure of around $21 million for managing what it is that we have. So the question is, how do we collect this revenue, and what is it? So property taxes account for about 80% of our revenue, and is the most stable revenue stream that the municipality has. Some municipalities have it less, they'll have it like 70%, but then they get a lot of revenues from business development and from that kind of growth. Fines and user fees are used to offset costs. Of course, we don't have our user fees at 100% because we want to keep it affordable for the public. So that's an area where you could raise revenues, but many councils deliberately keep it low to service our community. D-transfer tax is currently a boon for revenues, but it is volatile. So we're happy to include the increase in revenue, but you never know from one year to the next whether it's going to be a boom or a bust. We're in a boom, and our directors of finances don't like to kind of show the revenue stream that you got last year into the new one, because you're never sure where it's going to end up. But we think that this year probably the boom will still continue, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that it happens. Council, just so that you're aware, budgets are all about assumptions, and for us to pretend that we're going to be accurate with the budget is foolhardy. It's about us and assumptions and estimates, and sort of probably sleepless nights for the Director of Finance, probably sleepless nights for the CAO sometimes, but it's like, what can you reasonably project in expenditures, and where do they lie, and what's reasonable to put down on paper. So that's, you're going to see that, and as we go through this, and this might be a bit of a segue. I wanted to, when I was talking about educating us on budgets. If you picture the home ownership that you have, and it's a typical and a good example of what we're going through today. So you take your house So the house is all of the assets that we own. So that your house is the assets that the municipalities own, whether they're recreation facilities or whether they're offices. Your driveway are the roads and streets that you own. Your plumbing in the house are all the service costs that we have with maintenance of stuff. Your sewer lines from your house to the main road and your water line is your, you budget for those. If they fail, you have to maintain that. Those are our street infrastructure for the municipalities. Your vacations is your recreation, or maybe you do other things with, for your recreation. But your home budget, if you're going for golf or you're signing up for, I don't know, all of these expenses that you have, you're working within your home budget, and it's like, okay, do I take up a golf membership or do I travel or do I do both? It all depends on your own household income. Your savings accounts are your reserves. So you want to have some so that when you retire you've got something to rest on. So same with the municipalities. Your reserves are where you go when you've got an unusual expenditure or you're actually planning for that. So you can see that as when it comes to budgeting, it is very similar. The analogy I'm drawing here is simply to say, look, as you're thinking about reserves, think about savings. And when you transfer money from one area to a reserve, it's still taxpayers' money, and it's still there for their use. It's still there for the uses that council wants, and otherwise you have to find another way to collect it from if you want things to happen. The moment you start depleting your savings accounts at home, then you run into some challenges, and we all have to make decisions at home. Maybe you have to renovate the kitchen this year and not go on your vacation, and we're not any different here. It's like as you start to see things happening, and you might decide, time to unload the second house that I have or third house that I've got, or a cottage or whatever, because it's unaffordable anymore, and so you're going to be making many decisions as you go through looking at the budget. But I simply wanted to put it in perspective so that everybody realizes this is no different. It shouldn't, don't be intimidated by the budget. It's your policy document, and you're going to have to make some of them are going to be tough decisions. Some of them might be easy, but as you start thinking about how you're going to be building your reserves, how you're going to be doing all of these things, there is a cost, and I think as our community and citizens start to understand that this is where a budget increase is going for, or you need to do this for that, they're very understanding. It's when they don't understand why you're paying for things that you start to get calls. So anyway, that's sorry to digress a bit, but that was just a brief explanation on the similarity between revenues and expenditures, and how it relates to your own household. In terms of revenue streams, you can see that huge blue bar. That's what we collect from residential and property taxes. Residential. The commercial tax that you see there, which is shown in orange, is really low. In a lot of municipalities, the commercial tax is actually, they collect a lot more. However, this is when you get into how competitive your municipality wants to be. Sometimes, if your rates are too high, businesses go to another community. So, when you see the charts later on, you will see that we actually there's no reason why a business shouldn't be establishing in our community. We've got very low commercial rates, and council does have the option of increasing commercial rates if you wish to. However, the revenue that you generate from that is as you will see later, is not as much as you get from 1 cent on the residential rate. But this is a quick look at the chart, and this one is always easier to look at because it gives you the bigger revenue picture. The pie chart actually shows you in terms of how much revenue comes from from residential, commercial, and other sources. So the residential tax base is huge. So I'm going to pause here and ask if there's any questions up to this point, and we'll I'll then continue. If they, so far everybody's alert and everybody's awake. I know this. I'm throwing a lot at you, and it gets a little more.
Question over
yes,
here.
yes, Councilor.
So we're asking a question on that first part of your presentation.
Yeah, I'm just stopping at this point here, and then I'll continue.
You're saying we're going to go over a budget for the next 3 days, or we need a couple more days, we'll schedule those days. Is there a deadline we got to have this time? Or can it go if we can't come to a decision on something?
So, Warden, through you to Council, this is your process. It's our preference that it be done in April, but there are, and I know the Director of Finance and I had a conversation. I know there are municipalities that go later than April, May, but there are other implications by us delaying. But it's not a hill to die on. If you happen to go past April and into May, well, not a hill to die on. Now, the Director of Finance is shaking her head in disagreement, but go ahead.
The tax bills have to go not within 2 days for staff to collect the taxes and get taxes. It's not something that's supposed to be.
Can you speak up?
The tax rate really needs to be set in April.
Yeah.
But time on negotiations, because we know social tax bills to be printed, and it's a very long time. And we're generally to the end of June, so that's getting up in May.
So, for those of you who didn't hear that, the Director is saying that it has to go out because the bills, the notification has to go out to the residents so we can collect the taxes. Again, these are policies of council, and if council does change them, then that's we'll comply. I think that's basically what you're saying, that we're following a policy of council.
You've said that other counties sometimes go into May or maybe even into the 1st of June. So if it can be done by other counties, then are we just doing it because it's always been done this way? Or is there the advantage of, if we want to have longer discussions, that we're not shoved to passes at a certain date? That's my concern is that if other counties can do it, why are we being rushed?
So, Warden, through you to council, you make the policies, we comply as staff. And so if you want to change that, it changes a whole lot of things. It changes the notification to the public. There's other things, and maybe I'll get the director when she's doing her presentation. So that's to articulate that a little clearer for council, and then you can decide how whether it's something you want to change. Okay, so we'll leave it at that for now, Councillor.
Clyde has a question.
Yes, sir.
Just thinking about the process and listening, the budget being approved in discussions that my colleague was talking about is timing of it, and the Director of Finance's comment. Is there any precedent or reason why we wouldn't know enough for the April meeting to have the tax rate set and still be able to discuss the budget a little more and pass the full budget in May, if possible, if necessary? And then that would solve both problems.
So, Warden, through you to council, as I said, this is no intention to rush you through anything. After Friday, you might have had all your questions answered. If you need another committee of the whole day, we can arrange one next week or the week after. We can arrange 2 next week. I mean, it's all what council is available for. At the end of the day, we just need some time to get to some kind of a resolution from council and a recommendation to the council meeting that's currently slated for April 20th. If we don't make it for whatever reasons, I'm quite confident that we will. But there's no intention here to rush you. I know this is for most of you, this is your first budget, and you will need the extra time, I understand. Next year, it'll be, you will find that you're looking at basically the same budget that you identified this year, and you're looking at tweaking. Because in essence, you're not going to be making wholesale changes every year. And this is the thing with budgets, is that you're delivering the same service. Unless you're changing the services, you're not going to see much difference. You've got the same number of people. If you've got contracts, you're hiring the same contractors in general. So it's the first year of a new council where you're going to see some changes. This whole thing, it's an iterative process. You're going to be changing things, adding something here, taking away something from somewhere else. Nothing wrong with it, but you just need to know that where you've gone from a one-day budgeting process to 3, I'm saying that you could go to 5. It's not something that staff will can interfere with. It's your budget, it's your document. You take the time that you need, and we'll work with you to that end. All right, so now I just want to explain what the capital budget is about. So the...
Change your thing.
Sorry? Oh. Capital budget, all right. By the way, for you folks who are not aware, our incoming CAO, David Dick, has signed on, and he's here. Welcome, David. And so he has asked to follow the process, and I think it might have been my error. I told him 10 o'clock. I think he was used to us starting at 10 o'clock, and so he signed in at 9 o'clock his time, whereas David, we started at 8 o'clock your time. No, so David wants to follow along, and he's got all the presentations. He's got the presentation that I'm putting on, and he wants to follow along so that if there are any questions, he will certainly bring them up, or any points to make, he'll bring them up with the warden or myself. And the idea for David is just getting acquainted with the questions that council is asking, and so he's taking his own notes, because then he'll have a whole year to revamp it for you. And so welcome, David. And so the capital budget process it's an annual process, and it gets revisited, of course, every year. Now, the key components for a capital project is its funding source. We get, there's capital from operating, there's debt, there's reserves, and there's cost sharing. When the cost sharing with the province or the federal government, or it could be another agency. And the council has the authority to borrow money under the MGA, section 66, subsection 1, where you can expend monies for capital purposes. So that's where you get your authority to borrow. So debt payments, when you borrow money, the debt payments show up in your operating budget. Now, it's really the most affordable way for us to to undertake capital projects, because you can undertake a capital project, say, over 10 years, and you borrow over 10 years, the impact is much less on your you still add it to your operating budget, but it doesn't deplete your reserve accounts, and there's nothing wrong with using your reserve accounts either. So this is where councils get into this debate. Do we borrow money or do we use our reserve accounts? Now, you will have heard in some organizations they call it pay as you go, and pay as you go is usually it's you're not borrowing, you're using the funds that you have. You're either taking it out of operating or you're using your reserve accounts, but you save yourself the debt service payments. But really, debt is a good way to finance all of your capital projects, and it might be the avenue that this council thinks about for the future, rather than depleting your reserve accounts. And I'll go there. And there's a reason. There's a good reason to kind of reevaluate that expenditure. It's not a bad thing. I know people look at debt as a bad thing. It is not a bad thing. And well, as we get through this presentation, I'll show you how we compare to other municipalities in terms of our debt. Under the capital budgeting process, the province requires a 5-year capital budget from us, and that's, oh, right, there we go. Requires a 5-year capital budget, and again, the reason they require the 5-year capital budgeting process is provinces too have to think about monies that they're willing to cost share with municipalities, and if they start to see, that there's, let's say on our capital budget process, we had a sewage treatment plant that needs to be built in year 5. The province knows that we're going to be coming for probably cost sharing. So it is their way to start planning for, and they fully expect that the municipalities are going to be coming for cost sharing, or whatever it is, and so it gives them, it's a planning tool for them. When establishing capital budget priorities, we face a challenge when reserves are depleted. So if we've always been reliant on reserves, once you start depleting those reserves, then it becomes a challenge. And most of our county projects have been funded through the reserves. And of course, part of the capital projects, it's always a requirement to ensure we plan for future years' associated operating costs. So a lot of times, and this happens a lot with government, either somebody very generous gives you an old school and says, here it is, here's an asset, and you go, hooray, we've got an asset, wonderful, and it's great, and then the next thing you know is that staff come to you and say, by the way, it's going to cost you this much to operate it. We're going to need this much for this and this much for that, and by the way, you need all of these capital expenses to fix up this building. And that's no different with a new asset that you build. It's as soon as you build a new asset, there are operating costs associated with it. You need staff and all of these things. So whenever you think about assets, also think about the operating costs that it's going to that's going to impact us. So I talked to you about reserve accounts, and we have 15 of them. And these reserve accounts really should be used to mitigate risks. Oh, great. Oh, thank you. I moved the slide forward. We have 15 accounts, reserve accounts. They're used to mitigate risks, budget for future obligations, provide for opportunities such as strategic initiatives and cost sharing. And as I mentioned to you before, they're like your own savings accounts at home. Once they're spent, they're gone. And none of us want to spend our savings at home, and this is no different for the municipality. So these are the 15. By the way, I missed one. Again, like I said, your CAO is, and the one I missed was the fire department capital. And but if you wouldn't mind adding that on, you notice these things when you're going through, and I could go through each one of them if council wishes, or I'll give you just a quick. Maybe I'll give you a quick overview of each one of them. So the Annapolis County Water Capital, that's a mandatory reserve account established by the UARB. We're required to put a certain amount of funding into that reserve account to manage our water utilities. The capital reserve, there's things like sales of property, sales of debentures, all of those kinds of things. That's where money goes into the capital reserve. The Parks Levy, there's with subdivisions, subdivision approvals, there's a 5% levy that developers are supposed to be providing. Now, they can do it two ways. They can give you, I think, 5% of the land.
The assessed value.
Yeah. So, and the idea is that you want to create a recreational space, or they give you a 5% levy, and I think we use them interchangeably.
Or maybe land.
Yes. Yeah. So and when it comes to that, when planning is doing their presentation, he can talk to you about that a bit more. Gas tax is something that we receive annually, and it was something that the municipalities had asked for some time ago through FCM, and now get it annually. And we're getting roughly about $800,000 in that amount annually. So that's good news, because that gets replenished every year. The Bridgetown capital looks very much the same as our capital reserve, and Bridgetown operating reserve operates very much the same as ours. So our operating reserve, any of the surplus that we have at the end of the year, goes into our operating reserve, and so again it gets used. The operating reserve is really supposed to be what's the word? When it allows you to smooth your curve. So you have a very bad year in, let's say, snow, and you've only budgeted so much. Well, that's when you go to your operating reserve and you move it over, because it just allows you a smoothing curve. And the Bridgetown operating is the same as our operating reserve. The letter of intent, that was created at dissolution time with Bridgetown, and it is to be used only for Bridgetown projects, and the province put a certain amount of money in that reserve. Culture and recreation, we as I should say council, puts in I think around roughly about $55,000 annually into that reserve account. Sewer and capital replacement, that's you remember earlier we came to you for an increase in the sewer bylaw, M10. So that's where the money that's collected for that goes into that reserve. The Bridgetown sewer capital is similar to what we have. The tax sales surplus, so amounts so when we go to a tax sale, you recall the discussions at tax sale time, you're only supposed to collect the money that they owe you, but sometimes people come in and they pay you $50,000 over what's owed for taxes. That's where this money goes. It goes into the tax sale surplus account. And the Bridgetown water capital is just similar as ours. It's UARB driven. The LED streetlight lighting capital, that's just another fund that we put money to. And the fire department capital is a rate of, that we collect of 6.11 cents for 100 of assessment, and that goes into the reserve. Yes.
So we can't move any of these funds. Once the funds are in these reserve accounts, we're not able to move these funds out to borrow from them, switch that around. They're all earmarked for these things, right? That's for certain things.
That's correct. That's what they're earmarked for. And so, for example, the ones that are established by UARB, you definitely can't touch. It is there for whatever purpose. But let's say culture and heritage, culture and recreation. That's something that council established. You might decide you want to do something out of the ordinary. You do have to come here. Council staff does not have the prerogative of going in and touching those accounts. So if you decide that you want to take a holiday on that, I don't recommend it. But you want to use it for something else, yeah. And Director of Finance, correct me, because and of course my memory has dimmed as to how much I can touch how much you can touch the reserve accounts, but you can definitely use them for the purposes they're designed for. You can deplete them, not recommended, but you can certainly build them so that you can use them whenever you need to use them. Okay with that? So, debt financing. So the province reserves the right to review our temporary borrowing requests if the debt ratio calculation is over the provincial threshold. So the province watches the borrowings from municipalities. Now typically most towns are already at 15%. I know it because I was there. And most towns have a lot of assets that they have to maintain. And that's why a lot of towns are really struggling. The smaller towns, there's a lot of dissolutions and a lot of amalgamations. And it's substantively because towns have a lot more assets. And if they don't borrow and they don't have the capacity to borrow, what you have is your assets falling apart. And it's no different with us. If we've got assets, and if we don't spend money to maintain our assets, they're going to fall apart. And it's the one area where councils are always reluctant to spend money. These are your assets, and don't be afraid to spend money on your assets. It's all taxpayers' money. It's taxpayers' assets, and whether it's a road, a sidewalk, a building, they're assets that the community owns. And if it's like your home, if you're not going to maintain them, they're going to fall apart. And that means the reality is that it is an area where councils have to think about how you spend your taxpayers' dollar, because they don't want to see their assets fall apart. They don't like to walk on cracked sidewalks and twist their ankles. They don't want to drive over bumpy roads. So at the end of the day, if, like I said earlier, if there's a concerted effort to rebuild your reserves, start borrowing money for capital projects, you're going to have to go there at some point. It's one of these things. If you don't do it now, someone's going to have to do it later, or else you're going to be. It's a lot easier to do it, early than later. So you will see that our current debt ratio is 1.9%. So you remember when I mentioned earlier that we have a really low debt ratio? It is really low, and you will see that when you compare your debt ratio with other municipalities. Like I said, all towns are already at 15 or more. Other municipalities might be, the rural municipalities are at a much greater advantage because you don't have as much infrastructure as the towns do. They have a lot of sewers and stuff like that, underground infrastructure. So the expected debt ratio in years 23 and maybe 2022 and beyond will be approximately 10%. So you're going to go from 1.9 to 10, and you're asking why. Well, you've got Gordonston School temporary borrowing resolution coming on at 7.2 million. And you've got the internet project, which is a good project. The community wants this, and we got ahead of the curve before this broadband initiative came about. And the council made a decision that that's a good thing for the community. The community wants it, and it was a good investment. So 13 million is there. But these debt servicing costs will show up on your budget. And correct me if I'm wrong, Director, it'll be probably about 300,000 impact on the operating budget, roughly. Yeah, in 20, yeah. So anyway, we'll get into those numbers later, but it goes to show you that the impact of major expenditures, and these were two sort of major expenditures. It's going to hit our books later. So this council might have to prepare for the fact that you're either going to have major tax increases, or you're going to have to find some major cuts to how you create capacity to pick up that difference.
Councillor Hudson has a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the temporary borrowing, the ratio of 1.9, that's great. Is there a ratio for our long-term debt? Which would be the debentures and so on and so forth that we have taken?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but my Director of Finance might understand this question.
So that financing, those are debentures. The financing of the street lighting.
Ms. Ord, can you speak up, please?
So LEDs, the LED street lights, that is a debenture. And all of the Bridgetown debt that we send on the solution, those are all debentures from the municipal finance corporation. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, but the total of all those debentures that we've taken out from the municipal finance corporation, that's our long-term debt. I'm not correct there?
Yes.
And I'm just asking, is there a ratio? What is our ratio? We have a 1.9% ratio for temporary borrowing. What might our ratio be for their long-term?
No.
That is.
No, this is,
Isn't it?
that's the number.
Yeah.
That's the number, 1.9. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, but this is our total debt here, 1.9%.
That is long-term.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, you say in the first bullet there, you were talking about temporary borrowing, right?
I may have used, right now we've got some temporary borrowing, but this is our long-term. This is our long-term.
Okay.
Yep, sorry.
I just wasn't clear.
Yep, no, sorry. That was, if I might have misspoken there, sorry about that. Okay, so now, oh, yes.
Kind of a follow-up there. So this 1.9% of our debt servicing, that doesn't include our debt servicing on like our line of credit with, I think it's RBC? Is this like total debt servicing or just our long-term debt servicing?
This is our long-term. The short-term is already being covered under the operating budget. Okay. Yeah. So, budget deliberation. So this is where council rolls up its sleeves, and we're going to be having some fun. It is fun because this is all about balance. You know, it's balancing the budget, and you've got revenues and you've got expenditures, and you know, if you've got fixed revenues, then you know it's just like a scale. What do you put in? What do you put into that other scale so that you don't exceed the revenues you're collecting? And if you're going to exceed the revenues you're collecting, then something has to give. You either have to, just like in weights, you have to take the weights off. In your case, you're going to have to think about taking programs off, or taking services out, or or adding revenues, and the way you add revenues is to increase taxes. It's reality. It's what happens here at council during budget deliberations. So, balancing the budget, it's law. The province requires municipalities to have a balanced budget, so you have to have sufficient revenues to pay for your costs. It usually starts with staff recommendation, and this is where we are today. Staff comes with, and you will see this over the next 2 days, staff comes with a recommendation, and then following budget deliberations and direction by council, we will conclude with an approved municipal budget. So this is where you make the changes and you give us direction as to what you want to see done differently. And we will comply, because that's how it works. It is council's budget, and it reflects the priorities of the community. So the impacts. So I showed you earlier some of our revenue streams. These are the expenditures, and it's broken down a little more finite. The general government legal fees are 50,000. Annapolis. This is the increase. This is the increase in the operating budget. General government legal fees are up 50,000. The education budget is up 130,000. The Annapolis Royal, Middleton and Lawrencetown Recreation is increased by 10,000. And here, Council, you will get a little more explanation, but we had a request from Annapolis Royal for an additional $2,000 towards their recreation program. And just, when most of our communities accessing their services, and they haven't really had an increase in several years. I forget how many years, 5, 6 years. It really is, it really is incumbent on us to help them, because it's our communities actually accessing services in these communities of that I'm noting here. And in all of these cases, we're only putting a small amount this year, which is what they asked for in Annapolis Royal, 2,000. But next year there will be a further 2,000 increase, and it's only being fair to the community. So that's that. RCMP is an increase of 119,000. Fire operating grant around 12,000. Planning services for 3 new staff, 230,000. The internet service. So this is where this is now going to kick in. We talked about some of the expenditures. It's just starting to kick in. Accessibility plan 5,000. Insurance premiums have gone up. It's up to 32,000. Former Upper Clements security is going to cost us 370,000. Upper Clements Picnic Park 5,000. Bridgetown Sports Hub 21,000, and Fundy YMCA an additional 20,000. And so that's some of the impacts on the operating side. The impacts on the revenue side on the operating budget. So this is a bit of good news for our assessment has gone up. So thank you. Our assessment has gone up about 215,000, 216,000. Deed transfer tax, like I said, this is volatile, but we're projecting about 535,000. King's Transit fares is a decrease, and for obvious reasons. COVID has impacted that. The internet revenue, 533,000. We're at least projecting a revenue. The province of Nova Scotia has contributed 10,000 towards the Bridgetown Sports Hub, and a $3,700 increase in revenues from Ravenhaven. We're hoping that it opens for some bit of time and we get some revenue. So that's the impact. The impacts on the operating budget and the operational reserve accounts and this is the bad news, Council, is, oh, right. We got a whole lot of litigation and damages that we don't know where it's going to go yet. We're getting close to a resolution on a couple of them, and hence we're putting out the worst case scenario to Council here. You know, it's like litigation and damages currently at about $2 million. Settlement of outstanding bills about 1.5 million. It's a reality for us. I mean, this is something that we're going to have to find the money for. I know Council was looking to see where it is in the budget. It isn't in the budget because we don't know where we're going to land. But substantively, what it means is that we'll have to deplete our operational reserve account, and we may have to borrow funds to pay this debt. If we do borrow, and let's take the figure of $2 million. If we borrow $2 million and we take it over 5 years, that debt impact will come. So that'll be like a 4-cent increase on your tax rate, because it'll represent about $400,000 on debt payments. You know, because you have to pay the bank back. That becomes an operating expense. So I just raised this with Council because it is something that you and probably the community needs to know, that this could be an impact in following years. The warden, myself, and staff have been involved in trying to deal with the valley waste issue. We think we're getting to a resolution, or close to a resolution. We don't know. We're working on some of the other major files, mainland TEL and so on. It's our reality, and I did want to say to Council that this will impact the operational reserve if that's where we take the money from, and if we borrow, it'll impact you on the operating budget, because that's where you have to pay off your debt servicing costs. So it might be a marriage of two. You know, borrow some and use some of your operating reserve. That CAO David Dick is something you're going to have to pick up the mantle on, and maybe he'll have some creative ways to help you through this. But anyway, that's a bit of a challenge that my successor is going to have to address.
Can you tell us what the status is of our reserves at the moment, our operational reserves?
In our operational reserve, Warden, we currently have 900 and some odd $1,000, about $1 million in our operational reserve, and we won't know, Warden, until we come to year end, and year end is usually June, sometime in June, July, when maybe even August, exactly how much surplus we have. And so if we have more, and we'll keep our fingers crossed, we think there'll be, there could be more, that'll all go into the operational reserve. But if it's less, we're talking about around, I think we'll be safe by saying we've got about $1 million in our operational reserve.
And we're supposed to have 10%, is it, of our revenue?
Yes, and when we get into the financial condition index, which I'll get into later,
okay,
it will give you an indication of where we're supposed to be.
Councillor Hudson has a question.
Just a quick question just regarding just the budget process. Is it common for municipalities to have say, a semi-annual review of budget or amendments? I mean, you could be off, and you might want to revisit the budget to adjust the budget.
So,
because they're either revenue or expenses could be off considerably in different areas.
So, Warden, through you to Council, where we actually go and collect money from the community, you know, as soon as you strike the tax rate, we send out the tax bills. So if you're saying midway that you're changing your mind, do you give them a refund? I'm not really sure I understand the question.
No, you definitely couldn't do that, but
No.
Other revenues, I'm not saying the tax revenue is a stable one, right? And really it can't be changed. But there are other revenues that could be up or down.
Yes.
There could be expenses
Yes.
that could be up or down. Right?
Yes.
And so my question is, you know, whether those areas should be reviewed semi-annually or changed.
Yeah. So, Warden, through you to council. This is why you have a CAO, because as soon as he starts to see things going wrong, he may have to come to council and say, look, you know, council, you can expect that we're going to be overspent in this area, which means that we're going to have to be, and he would obviously, because you're going to squeeze the CAO's neck. The CEO has to go start squeezing the directors' necks and saying, look, you're going to have to cut expenditures because it looks like we're going to have an over expenditure here. And so our role is to try and ensure that we come within the budget at the end of the year. So it might mean that we come to you, Councillor, and say, look, I'm sorry, but we may have to lay off staff in this area because these programs, you know, we can't afford them. We're going to run into a deficit. Or we might come and say, look, Council, we're going to run out of money, and we're going to have to transfer at the end of the year so much from the operational reserve. So we give you some options. Do you want to lay off people? Do you want to cut off a service? Or at the end of the year, do you just want to transfer monies from reserve, knowing that you don't want to, you know, you want everything to continue? There's various ways that can be done, and like I said, it's budgets and estimates and assumptions on staff's part. By and large, we are pretty good at it because we've done it year over year. But it is it's not something that comes up too often in the run of municipality, because we're usually able to anticipate areas, and where we don't, we come to council and say, look, we've got an issue here and we've got to address it. How would you like us to address it? Here are the options that staff are presenting as options for council to consider, and then you can go with some of the options staff are offering, or you have your own recommendation for how we handle it. So, yeah, you can do that, but that's what operating budgets are. You're dealing with a finite pot of money. I guess one of the things before I move off this slide, I simply want to mention to council that part of what council should be very aware of is managing risks. You know, yes, you can break contracts. It's no problem breaking a contract, but the risk of it is damages. You know, those are the things that council, the questions that you're going to have to ask staff. You know, when you're involved in contracts of any kind, you know, when you're going to break them, you know, yes, you can break them because of something that you're not happy with, but understand what the damages are going to be when you get involved in that, and so substantively what we're dealing with here, that is that type of thing. So considerations for council. I think most councils want to preserve the core and basic services. So this is, as you're going through the budget, you'll be looking at that. Our suggestion is that council may want to start creating capacity for future growth or for future expenses. I talked about the costs that are going to be coming downstream in terms of the capital projects that you have on the go. Programs and services and adjustments, obviously those you will be making them as we go through the process. Reserve accounts, We talked about the value of them and how do we rebuild for the future. Preventative maintenance, these are taxpayers' assets, and we do have to spend money to maintain our assets. And inflation. Now, you know, a lot of municipalities will use CPI, but our costs are very different. CPI, you know, some people might think 2% is sufficient, but when you look at construction materials and gravel and all the things that we use, oil, fuel, ours is not a good of basket goods of, you know, bread and milk and whatever CPI is designed around. The municipal index is usually, our costs are a lot higher because of the kinds of things that we're involved in. So I simply mentioned that to council, even though we tend to use CPI index, it really is not a true indication of our increased costs sometimes. And those of you in the construction industry will understand of what I speak. So, yes.
The CPI is used for the cap on the assessment, is it not?
Yeah, that's a bit of a...
It's weird.
That's a bit of a, yeah, the province has put a cap, not on the assessment. I think they put a cap of 10%. I think they put a cap of 10% on assessment increase. I don't think it's CPI. Can somebody know that?
It'd be roughly around 10%.
10%, yeah. Yeah.
10% a year?
Yeah, they put a cap. So to answer the warden's question and to give council just an indication, a few years ago the province came down with a cap on assessment, and it was really intended to deal with people who had waterfront properties. And it started off in Mahone Bay, where, you know, people's homes suddenly shot up from, you know, 100,000 to, I don't know, 200,000, 250, 300,000 because they had waterfront properties. And I think the other community was Lunenburg, and there might have been one other community, but in its wisdom, the province at the time decided that they were going to put a cap on assessment. Unfortunately, that wasn't, it took away the market assessment, so your property assessments used to go up. This market dictated what your assessments were going to be. And in order to help the municipalities that had increases of larger than 10%, you know, they were trying to keep it contained. They put this cap on assessment at 10%. As if it's over, you know, your property will not increase in value by more than 10%. What happened there, sadly, is that you would have two homes, and this is very particular with places like in Halifax, where you have these townhouses, condominiums, and they're all side by side. And if a person sold their home today and a new person came in to buy it, the assessment immediately goes up to what the market value is. So you could have a home here that's paying, that's assessed at $250,000, and then you have the identical home, because they're all built the same way, they're constructed the same way, they were built the same time, at $150,000. There's a $100,000 spread because of the cap on assessment. And so with people buying new homes, they're immediately hit. And so all of a sudden people saying, you know, Diane is paying a lot less than I am, you know, how come? And so that has created a lot of problems for communities where this has happened. And what's really happening is the new person is actually picking up the extra additional costs for what the person who's paying less should be paying the same. It has caused a rift, but as you folks know, you're elected. Politics has a lot to do. Politics has a lot to do with why this thing has not changed. Is because those who have those who put pressure on the elected officials. And it's usually, unfortunately, the well-to-do that have the clout because they have the higher-end properties that have been capped. And politics being what it is, that continues, and it's really the lesser valued properties that are carrying the burden of tax for the community. And I'll stop there because I might cross a line, which the province won't like me. Yes, Councillor.
Oh, you're retired.
I served on the board of the Property Valuation Services Corporation of Nova Scotia for 6 years. And that ended a couple of years ago. And before I went on the board, there was a lot of discussion about CAP. For the 6 years I was on the board, there was tremendous discussion about CAP. UNSM, whatever it is now, had studies done, PBSC had studies done, and there were numerous representations to governments of various beliefs of the governments, that is. And the provincial government, in my view, will not remove the cap.
So those are some of the realities we face, and you may get occasionally somebody who will tell you. Now, I don't know how many homes you have, like in Halifax, where they're all similar, and they find out the neighbors is capped and has a, is paying much less in taxes as a result of the cap than somebody who's got because the tax. And I'll show you the calculation on how tax, it's assessment times the rate. And anyway, at the end of the day, I don't know if that answered your question, Warden, on CPI. So risk management, you've got aging infrastructure, and this is all about, you've got an aging workforce, and of course succession planning keeps coming up. Sustainable partnerships, it's a risk. If you want to sustain partnerships with your community, there's a price to pay. Asset management, buildings, facilities, roads, all of that is it's something we do every day. We manage risk, and there'll be expenditures that arise occasionally. Managing expectations and value for money. Part of the is managing expectations. It's basically expectations from the community. If they know that we've got challenges, they ask maybe less, or it might be more. Regardless, it is. We have a responsibility to let them know that maybe we can't deliver everything that they're looking for. And it's pay now or pay later. So if you delay doing some of the maintenance that you're required to do, it's not going away. It's like your driveway or your home repairs. If you got a leaky roof, you can delay it, but eventually it's going to cost you. It might cost you more if there's damage to your ceilings and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it's this is where staff, once we've got assets, our obligation is to ensure we try to maintain them for you. And at the end of the day, if we don't do it, those assets will go into further disrepair. So pay now, pay later.
Is this a good time for a morning break?
Yes, good time for a break. All right.
So we'll just have a break for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Just relax and go to the washroom if you want, and we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Actually, Warden, Warden, through you to Council, and just continue with where you are. So right now we're looking at opportunities. And I know Council talked about a strategic plan, so incoming CAO David Dick will work with you on doing that. And the strategic plan is an area where you can start focusing on what you're going to be doing differently over the next little while. By the way, was the heat turned on? Like somebody mentioned?
The heat is on. It's been on since 10:30 this morning.
Sorry.
You say nothing.
I know that somebody commented on that. Development and new growth revenues is an area that Council may want to spend some time on. We've looked at assisting neighboring small municipalities, and I think that's, oh, right, okay, thank you. Not totally coordinated. And fully costed programs, it's an area that you might want to consider, you know, user fees, area rates. It might be that rather than spreading costs over the whole, you might want to make area rates as an area that you're going to go to. And renewing municipal partnerships. There's a lot of value in partnerships. It saves you costs in the long run. The long-term outlook, certainly in terms of the budgeting process, fiscal responsibility includes forecasting out over several years and taking steps to level out spikes in tax rates, and the operational reserve is a good one to help you there. Certainly an affordable tax burden, that's what the committee wants, is an affordable tax burden, and meeting the increasing demand for new and higher levels of service, or just maintaining the levels of service you have now. You know, that's the outlook. Economies of scale projects, and those can be with partnerships with Digby or other communities. Increase partnerships on projects and maintaining citizens' assets. So we're now going to get into performance indicators, and I don't know if our incoming CEO, did you get this, David?
Yes, I did.
Ah, good, okay. So Council distributed this municipal report to all of you because it is the tool that gives you a quick look at how we're doing. And it's the tool that the province uses to gauge. This actually came about a few years ago when the town's task force was in play, and the councils of the day wanted to know how, you know, because there were people who thought that towns were just moaning and bemoaning the fact that they are poor and they can't afford things, and they said, well, what's your tool? How do you measure our performance? And so the province came up with these indicators, and it gives everybody a sense of how your municipality is doing against other municipalities. If towns were compared with towns, rural municipalities compared with rural municipalities, and they came up with some indicators. Again, you will notice, for those of you who saw the first iteration of this, it changes. You know, they're looking at indicators that will help you. So I've just picked a couple, and the only reason I picked a couple is that I could spend a lot more than a whole morning going through all of the indicators. Mm-hmm. So the ones that I've picked, by the way, so the overall assessment for the County of Annapolis. Oh, I better get there. Sorry, my apologies, I didn't know it. So the overall assessment is that we're low risk. We're in the green. The overall assessment is that this county is doing well. So it says the overall financial conditions index assessment for the county of Annapolis is green, low risk. This means that although the municipality has a few challenges, it is considered low risk for fiscal instability. So it's not like we're a basket case. There are some issues here. So you got 10 green indicators, one yellow indicator and two red indicators, and I'll show you that in a minute. So what these indicators are is just a measure, and here's the look at the house. You know, it's a financial. It's just a picture of the house, and the ones that I'm obviously going to pick for you are the ones that are in red or pink, and I've picked a couple of others just for conversation, and we can talk about that. So the first one is the number of deficits in the last 5 years, and so this is important because even though we only have one deficit, it shows up in here as a red. And what this means at the end of the year, when you look at when you look at how we did with our budget, you're either going to have a surplus or you're going to have a deficit. And there is another indicator here that I'll show you later. But when you have a surplus over 5%, you get dinged as well. You'll get, so if you're over 5%, you'll get it. There's nothing wrong in having a slight surplus or a slight deficit. The moment you get anything higher than 5%, you will get a red flag, and if you have a deficit, if it's greater than 5%, you'll get a red flag, and that stays on your books for 2 years. Right? And after 2 years it disappears. So it wouldn't matter that we were doing really well all along and then we had one bad year. And that deficit, all it tells you is that you actually went lower than the 5% threshold. So it's okay to have a deficit because you can't always plan to be exact. But generally less and over. And as soon as you hit 5% more than you're supposed to, that means you've over budgeted, and you're going to get dinged.
Louis,
yes.
When it says 2019, is that the fiscal year ending in March 2019?
Yes.
So, do we know what happened in the fiscal year ending 2020?
No, because this is the year. So we're all doing our year end now.
It's a year behind.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're doing that.
This would be 1920.
No, I'm asking 2020. Right now you're talking about the one ending in 2021.
This one here is the year ending March 2020. Yes.
Which one? This
chart here.
Well, no, so that was my question. So when it says 2019...
It's the 2019-2020 budget. So it ends,
it's 2019-2020.
Yeah, our fiscal year ends.
That was my question.
Yeah. So then the next one for next year will be the one that we're just leaving.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So as you can see there, we had one operating budget that exceeded the threshold. So we got dinged for it. The other chart I want to show you here is the operating reserve. Now, this one here, where if you look at the house picture that I just showed you earlier, there, it's showing it's got a red and it's 9.9%. So. Yeah. So if you look at this little thing here, it says very high risk. The municipality has not set aside sufficient funds to help mitigate any unforeseen risks or future needs. This indicator provides the value of funds set aside for planned future need to smooth expenses or for unexpected expenditures. And the way it's calculated is the total operating reserve fund balance over the total operating expenditures, and it's 9.9. So, and so this tool, when you get it, is a good tool because it keeps you alert as to, it also keeps the province. Province is also aware of what it is that you're doing and how you're managing your funds. So the next one, I picked this one deliberately because it's to show you the debt. You're at very low risk. So, if you're going to change the way you do things, borrowing is not a bad thing. Instead of depleting the reserves, for capital projects, you might want to consider going you're at very low risk at 1.9%. So it's what does it mean? It says 1.9 of own source revenue is spent on principal and interest payments. With adequate cash flow, the municipality has the potential for flexibility to increasing borrowing levels to help finance future capital expenditures. So that's debt service. The next one is a 5-year budget accuracy, and this is when I mentioned earlier for councils who like to ensure that staff actually managing the budget within the parameters set for us. If we over budget, then we're going to be over the 5% threshold, and then you get dinged. So thus far, you'll see that we've never gone over. We've never collected more than we should, because again, these are all the areas that we do. Where we did have one there, and it was in 2015. By the way, I'm not too sure why this one doesn't show the. In terms of budget accuracy, Director of Finance, we'll have to talk to the finance people why they dinged us on when we had where the deficit for 2018 and 19, and it doesn't show here as budget accuracy. So someone in the province actually erred on this one.
I think it just talks about budget accuracy. Even if you're down, it's a question of whether you're accurate, not a question of whether you're up or down.
But it should have been within a predictable range. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
2015 was the dissolution year.
Oh, the dissolution year. Okay, right. Gotcha. Okay. Right. But it should have shown in the earlier one as well. It didn't. It might have been one was for Annapolis County. Right. Okay. Gotcha. So the next one is talking about our assessment, and as council can see, the assessment growth has been fairly steady and has been good for this for the county. You've got roughly 7% growth over the last little while, and we don't have reliance on a single business or institution. So some municipalities, will have a large factory, and as soon as the factory goes down, the whole community goes under. We don't have that. We're not dependent on any reliance on a single business or institution. And the residential tax effort is 2.4. It's in other words, in terms of the how you compare in terms of tax increase, you really have the capacity to increase taxes for the services that the community is receiving. The next one here is just a graph to show how we compare with the rest of the municipalities in Nova Scotia. You will see that generally, general government, we're just about there. We're slightly higher. Protective services, slightly lower. Transportation services, much higher, and that could be because of transit. Not too many communities have transit, and that can impact that graph. Environmental health services, slightly lower. Recreation and cultural services, slightly higher, and for other, lower. So. On the average, our municipality is doing we're doing reasonably well. Let's put it this way: we are not we're not above or below average. We're there on many fronts. All right, Council, setting the tax rate. So, lots of considerations when you're setting the tax rate, and for most councils, it's about being competitive. How competitive are you, in attracting business to your community? How attractive, how attractive are you in attracting? How good are you at attracting people to come and live in your community? What are those things? Tax rates have an implication. Commercial tax rates have an implication. Services that you provide have an implication. All of these things are considerations that make you competitive. Either make you a competitive community or make you a community that's going to be losing people. When you lose people, you're going to lose commercial as well, and so on. With anything that you do, and there's a balance, and this is the challenge that Council is going to have over the next couple of days. So consider our competitiveness. Where are we today? Where do we want to be? And how should we be relative to other jurisdictions? All right, sorry. So it's so where we want to be with other jurisdictions, we need to take a longer-term look at some of the impacts. Does the change make us sustainable over the next few years? So what changes are we going to be making that will make us sustainable? What are the risks, and what needs to be addressed before making a decision? Again, like I mentioned before, spend some time assessing the risks before you make some decisions. Lost revenue must be made up in future years. So if you decide you're going to lower your tax rate, there's implications for that. You don't have the ability to rebuild your reserves. You may not. There's all kinds of implications if you're thinking of lowering tax rates. I think you've seen from the presentation earlier that if nothing else, you do need to rebuild your reserves, and you'll have to decide how best to do that. Otherwise, lost revenue will have to be made up in future years. It could be 3 years from now, 4 years from now. It could be, you're kicking the football down the road to the next council. But by that time, it might be too late with where your municipality is heading. A series of smaller increases is easier to absorb, and I think one of the councillors made this point to us last time, that sometimes if you're thinking of rebuilding, you might have to think about how you do it and still keep yourselves competitive. So I've already been through these next two slides. One is the change in revenue and the other is in change in expenditures. But this is just to revisit so that you will now see how these start to impact tax rate. So you have a total increase in revenue of $1,378,000.76. And the change in expenditures, there's a total increase in expenses of $1,865,902. So if you go over the page, how we usually calculate the tax rate increase is you take the change in revenue, which is $1,378,76. Change in expenses of $1,855,427. You have a revenue gap of $477,348. And 1 cent is roughly equal to $119,000. And when you look at the revenue gap, the proposed tax increase is 4 cents. So the current residential tax rate is 1.015. So adding 4 cents to that, the new tax rate is 1.055. For every dollar that you raise in residential, for every cent in residential, you raise $119,000, which is a significant tax increase. And for commercial, if you see the commercial, for every cent in the commercial revenue, every cent increase in the tax commercial tax rate, you only increase your revenue by $16,000. So, assuming that you were going to we're going to transfer some of the costs to the commercial rate. You can do the math, and you can see you'll be raising your tax rates quite significantly on the commercial side. However, in this budget, staff has just left the commercial rate at 1.8, and it might have been from previous council directions to stay competitive in the commercial area. I don't know what the past direction of council was on this, but this is an area where you might want to consider. So the average home assessment, and we've got that from the assessment information that we've got from our from PVSC. The average home is 106,581,000. That's, I know that it's going to be different. There's going to be homes in the $200,000 and in the $300,000 ranges. But the average home assessment currently for Annapolis County is 106,581. So with the current tax rate at 1.015, the taxes on that property would be $1,082. With the increase of 4 cents to the tax rate, making it 1.055, you can see there's $1,124 for an increase in the tax bill of $42. So if you were doing quick math and somebody had a $200,000 property, you would say roughly they're going to be paying about $84 more. If you had a $300,000 property, you just multiply 42 by 3, and you're now talking about probably about $120,000, $130,000 increase to your taxes. Yes, Councillor.
But has an assessment gone to?
Yes, but that's
you're not showing how much is going to increase by assessment.
That's correct. So it would be the average assessment times the tax rate. So this here is just giving you an example of how tax rate is calculated. This is the latest assessment numbers that we got from what you're seeing here, Councillor, is the latest assessment numbers that we got from PVSC that we're using for this tax base. But you're right, it will go up next year, whatever the assessment base is there for next year.
Councillor Sheridan had a question.
Yes.
I was going on the same question.
Yes.
In regards to the assessment value.
So
the assessment value has increased approximately 1.97%.
So, yeah, so this is our latest number. We got it how many weeks ago? Yeah.
And now that the market is so hot and the assessment values are going up and bidding wars are coming on homes, it concerns me how high the assessment rate is going to be next year.
Yeah.
And, which is good for us, it's going to create more income for us. However, it's not going to be so good for the home owner.
So Councillor Sheridan is raising a good point. There's tax rates and there's tax burden. There's a difference between a tax rate and a tax burden. The tax burden is what people actually pay out of their pocket. And so you might keep the tax rate the same, but the tax burden is what matters to citizens, is because their pocketbook, so as soon as assessment goes up, and even though we keep the tax rate the same, they're paying more. So it's a valid point, and so therein lies some of the things that councils will have to consider as you move to the budget. So, but you're right. That's where a lot of municipalities will use their capacity to start building their reserves and rather than increase taxes.
Can I ask a dumb question?
No question is dumb, because
I'm going to give an example of what I'm sure is going to be a dumb question, but I have to ask it. Can we go to this change in revenue slide?
Yes.
Where it says property taxes 74206, and that says inclusive of proposed tax increase.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Okay, so that's inclusive of the 4 cents?
Inclusive.
That's what I thought.
That's what I took it.
So that's inclusive of the 4 cents. So
That might be my error. It wouldn't include, it didn't include the proposed, no, it wouldn't include the proposed tax increase. No, so,
That's just the increase.
good catch.
So
Not a
that's
dumb,
not-
yeah. Yes, you're smarter than me, you know. Good
so that
catch.
74206 is not inclusive
Not inclusive.
of the proposed tax increase?
No, because obviously I showed the gap on what we will need. Yeah, sorry. Good catch, thank you. My
Smart question.
20 lashes.
20 lashes. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, normally I should have, yeah, it's, I would have, I wanted to show that we were balancing the budget, but, and I should have omitted that. So thank you for catching that. Good catch.
Yeah, okay.
So does that figure show the increase in assessment is what we're making?
Yes, yes.
So that 740,000 is what assessment has created.
It's assessment and the current tax rate. Yeah.
That can be purchased from all by assessment because you buy a place and it's gone by.
Can you speak up so that the people watching can...
Yeah, because if that 740,000 is included in what taxes we will gather more this year, some of that could be the value of houses going up along with the assessment going up on everybody's property.
So, I see our Director of Finance putting her hands up. You might have to stand up just so we can hear you.
So 200,000 is how much new revenue will receive from the assessed values. 740,000 includes all increases in revenue. That includes carry rates, which have been rate, which is based on assessment as well. So, increase in alignment, whatever we get from them for revenue. The transfer tax is included in 740,000. The only new revenue from assessment is 215,000. So the 740,000 you have on the screen will increase the revenue on all revenue,
Okay.
not just assessment. So the 740 includes the transfer tax,
Includes the D-transfer tax, so it's not just property tax?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Councillor Barteau has a question.
Yes.
So the change on page 25 where it says, the rate, 42 cents per 1,000, it doesn't say what. I think the guys already had the assessment, but it changed.
Sorry, Councillor, what page did you say?
25.
25?
Yes.
Just wondering what that meant to the consumer, to the taxpayer, because that's what would happen to the rate change, but I just wanted to continue what was the amount of change by the assessments.
I guess my page 25
I think
shows.
I can try to answer that, and I'll likely again be wrong.
This one.
But I took, I think Councillor Sheridan pointed out that the increase in the in the amount of taxes from the assessment was 1.97%. So that's about 2%. So I'm assuming that the assessment went up about 2%. And so that means if we increase the tax rate by 4%, we're increasing the taxes by 6%.
Well,
Right? Did I get that right?
that's, yeah.
Did, Councillor Sheridan, is that where?
That's the way I would look at it. I mean, technically, we're only increasing by 4 cents, but the province is doing assessments, so they're increasing it by 1.77. So totally, yes, I look at it as a 6 cent increase for the rest of the
Okay. I see what you're saying. Yep.
So as I understand, my assessment when I read the documents was that it looks like our assessment will go up 2%. The province does that, and if we increase the tax rate, the rate by 4%, then you add the two to get what people actually have to pay in taxes, would be an increase of about 6% in their taxes. I could be wrong, but that was my assessment.
That's the way I'd look at it too. Yeah.
I clarify.
Yeah.
Okay. So the area rates, there's no change for Kingston services, fire services, community rates for Bridgetown, and residential and commercial. And the detransfer tax, that's the maximum I think we can go. It's 1.5%. So here, councillors, this is the comparable county tax rates that this is taken from a site from the province open data site, and wanted council to see how we stack up against the other municipalities, other rural municipalities, and I guess you could pick maybe communities around us. So I'll pick, let's say, just below us is Argyle. If you look at Argyle, their residential tax rate is now at 1.09, and their commercial is at 2.27. Ours is at, our proposed would be at 1.055 and 1.8. The next one, maybe Digby. So Digby is at 1.3% and 1.85. Of course, we're at 1.05, and so we're still doing. We're still, in terms of competitiveness, we're there. Kings County. Kings County has got quite a low residential rate of 0.853, but the commercial rate is quite high at 2.287. Yarmouth, I guess, would be the next one, right? Yarmouth is so let me just move that along. That was Cumberland. So I'll just keep that up for a second because I was talking about Digby and I didn't let the public see that. So that's there's Digby at 1.3 and 1.85, and Kings at 0.8 and 2.287. And then the next one is Yarmouth, and they're at 1.18 and 2.17. So in terms of being competitive and comparable, you go back to the first one, Annapolis County is not doing too badly in terms of its competitiveness with its community. Okay, I think that's, I don't know if you have any questions on that. All right, so at deliberations on your final day, Council, and since this is a budget overview, it's just there are several options open to Council, and there may be more. The first one is to to accept the proposed budget and tax rate increase. And I know this is your first budget, and there will probably be changes, but that is an option. The second option is to change the tax rates by reducing expenses and or increasing revenue. Third option is maintain the current level of taxation and reduce expenses, and then use the capacity to rebuild reserves. And I guess we'll have to identify the specific areas of reduction and establish a target tax rate. So that process will all take place during budget deliberation discussions. So, Warden, if it's okay with you, I'll just talk about tomorrow, and we'll continue there. So tomorrow, Council, you're going to have staff presentations. Actually, starting with today, this afternoon, on the capital budget. So you're going to get a capital budget presentation. So we'll have an overview of the plan for this year, and explanation of how reserves are tied into the budget. And so Director Steve McGuinness will walk us through that. Tomorrow, April 8th, all of the departments will be presenting to you. So you'll have municipal operations, community services, legislative services, and administration. So all four units, and we'll cover all of the budgets. So again, just to remind Council, the purpose, we're going to be doing a twofold, giving you an orientation on the departments. For those of you who've been here before, you'll be glazing over because you'll know about the departments. For those of you around the table who are here for the first year, I think that'll be valuable information on the orientation of the departments and knowing a bit about them. At that stage, you can ask for any questions of clarity, but keep notes of the areas you want to make changes to for the next day. But ask as many questions of staff so you understand what the budget says, what it includes, any of that kind of stuff. Circle it, because if you start debating tomorrow, your staff is not going to be able to get through their presentation. So the idea would be you will know by the end of tomorrow, after you've heard all the presentations, what areas you'd like to see changed, what areas of service you want to see amended, what new services you want to see added, if there are any, what services you want to take off from our plates. Keep that for Friday, and as I've said to Council, that's where you're going to be making some decisions, and you're going to be debating. Now, if you don't finish on Friday, and we've had discussion a little earlier, we'll find some other days to continue committee of the whole discussions until the point that you're satisfied that you can make a recommendation to Council. And the recommendation to Council, obviously, the Council date is April 20th, and now that at break time I was able to confer, and I can tell you why. We're required to have it done by April 20th. It's because our policies are such, and these are policies that can be changed and could be changed for next year. But the policies are such that we have to send the tax notices out so that we start collecting our revenue by July. And if we don't start collecting our revenue by July, we're going to have a cash flow problem, money problem, because we're now delivering services and we don't have the money. However, the way other councils have got around that is to have two billings. The first billing goes out automatically. It's about half the amount, and then you get a second billing after the tax rate has been struck, so it'll be 6 months later or whatever. You get the citizens pay the balance. That's a discussion for another day, but I'm simply saying to you, your policy currently says you send one tax bill, and that binds us, Council, to making sure that we don't have a a cash flow problem. So that's why some councils are able to have it later and are don't feel the crunch. But those are policy decisions of council. And I guess in the past, your previous councils made that a decision that we will have one tax bill. Policies are these are your policies, council. They can be changed. So. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. So I always come back to when we're looking at tax rates and one thing and another, the fallow farmland. Can we set the tax rate on our farmland and our wood forest resource land, or is that something that's regulated by the province? Because we have a lot of fallow farmland in the Annapolis County that's being sold now for lots and one thing and another, and it's not used as farmland, or it hasn't been for the last 20 years, but people sit on it and pay 25 cents an acre. I don't think that's quite right. But, is there something that can be done that for us to increase our coffers by virtue of fallow farmland?
So, Warden, through you to members of council, this has been a bone of contention with many municipalities, particularly rural municipalities. I know it's come up at the former UNSM, now NSFM, for resolution. And to answer your question, the answer is it's provincially, it's a provincial thing. Municipalities have tried to take that into their, have asked. So nothing prevents this council from moving that, putting that on the NSFM agenda again and seeing if there's any traction, because it has been a bone of contention, I know, for rural municipalities for, now I've been away from it for a couple of years, so I don't know what's transpired in the last 2 years. The councillor might have.
I cut down a little bit about that, is that I had 2 residents tell me lately that assessment is called. One was on what do they use their forestry for, and the person told them that they just cut a little firewood off it, but they don't really do anything with it. And assessment told them that they were going to come down and talk to them and look at it. Another person told me that assessment called them and asked them, were they using their farmland and what for? And they told them they had horses and they used it for pasture, and they said, no, that's great, as long as it's being used. So I sat down, I don't know who's the head of assessment that we talk to now, but is this a process that's already being looked at by assessment? Because obviously some of our residents are getting phone calls on it. So I didn't know if it is in their process of starting to look at that. 15 years ago or so, I worked with a private consultant, and every county across the province, they hired consultants to go through that whole county and identify what farmland was used as farmland and what wasn't. I was involved with Cumberland County, I think it was up on the shore of Peabody. And another consultant firm did in Annapolis County. But there was never any input into the councils about what they found. I know that when we did Cumberland County, we found cottages built on farmland that was identified as agricultural properties. We went in fields, of course, drove in driveways that you couldn't go beyond the ditch because trees it was never used as farmland. So the process was done back then by the province. Like I said, there was really nothing ever brought forward from it. But I know that talking to 2 residents within the last month, they have got phone calls on those issues, so I don't know if assessments. I thought that there was somebody in assessment that could give us an update, maybe that's in the process.
So, Warden, we'll get staff to follow up. I know Shelley is in touch usually with the So if you don't mind just following up, and that'll be helpful. We'll get back to you.
I'd like to, I don't want to go too far off topic, but my farmland, I think, is exempt. I don't pay taxes on it. Okay?
Well, yours should be double
They're listening
then.
to you now. They're gonna.
Well, you know, I don't, what can I say? I think it's exempt. Farmland is exempt.
It's
It's 25 cents an acre?
The problems were 25 cents an acre.
Farmland is exempt and forest is 25 cents.
Yeah, forestry, farmland is exempt, and forestry is 25 cents, okay? Thank you.
That's what I thought for.
Yeah, so here's my question. Some years ago when I bought my farm, there was another 30 acres I wanted to buy. It was owned by a person who doesn't live in the country. And he wouldn't sell it to me. And it's since grown up, it's no longer farmland. And I think there should be some tax consequence to somebody who takes farmland and lets it grow up, and so it's no longer farmland. I mean, that's taken away from our sustainability in our community, and I'd like to see it. I'd like to see. I don't know whether that's an assessment issue or a tax issue, but that's my little speech for the moment.
Another follow-up, unless you have a response.
It would be beneficial if someone from PDSC come down and maybe spoke to staff, spoke to council to answer some of these questions. That usually is the norm, and I can set that up.
I think that would be helpful. Sorry to go off topic.
Nope, sorry. So, Warden, our incoming CAO had a couple of observations. Says, was there a specific reason for the deficit in 2018? 2018, do you recall this?
It was in 1920, so I'm thinking that was from the CI stuff, was probably 1819.
I didn't get that, did you?
Yeah, I don't think we have the 1920. I don't think it's on the list.
So this is, so you're saying we don't know? Okay. David, if you're listening, we don't have that. Then you said,
So our deficit for 1920
yeah.
is trucking, solid waste.
So the other one, the other question that you had, he was asking, so why does planning need 3 additional people? So that's a question I know council is going to ask, and the director of planning is looking at succession planning, and we've also got some regulations that have come down from the province, David, that require us to have zoning and what is it exactly that we're doing?
Tell me what municipal plan and land use bylaw by 2022.
Yeah. So we're supposed to have a municipal plan done by 2022, and that's substantively where we're going to need the resources to get it done, and the horsepower. So anyway, there's that'll come up for discussion tomorrow, I'm sure, with the council, and our director of planning will give a full detailed response on that requirement, right? And the incoming CEO also made the observation that the interim tax bill was probably how other people get around it. Is you have an interim bill that's issued right away, and then after your tax rate is struck, you send the balance. So it's a policy decision by council. You can then send the balance 6 months later and collect the rest of your revenue. You'll lose some interest on the money, but that's the balance. Okay. So this is where the rubber hits the road, council. You know, this is the only form of government where where you are actually closest to the people. It doesn't matter what it is. It's like you, the elected, provincial elected officials and the federal officials, they get further and further away from people, because they're at the highest level. Even the people who work for the feds, unlike our staff, they're really pretty removed from the people. They're into policies and big things. And then provincial level, maybe at some level, some of them might interact with the public. But at ours, if the garbage doesn't get picked up, you're going to hear it. If there's snow clearing or if there's a pothole, you're going to hear it. And if the ditch is not cleared, you're going to hear it. And all hours of the day. And if you don't get the services, you're going to hear it. So it's a tough road for councils at this level, but because you hear it every day, probably you don't even have peace when you go to the grocery store. But anyway, I simply say to you that I hope this has been helpful, at least in providing you an overview of what the budget process is about and how we're going to go about it. You'll get more detail from staff tomorrow on their budgets, and then you can drill down into what areas you need more clarity on. So,
Is that it for today?
That's no. We've got a capital budget coming after.
Capital budget. Can we start that now, or
You can start that now. Yeah.
no?
Oh, no. He's good.
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
I'm trying to get a better printout because the ones I have, I've got a new one, this one might have changed, but it's quite small. So I'm just trying to print it in larger font on two pieces of paper so it's easier to read. So if I could suggest we break for lunch and come back earlier.
Sounds great to me.
Okay, so all right.
Oh, there's
So we're-
questions.
Yeah.
That was one of my concerns, because the way it's color coded, you can't even turn it. That was the thing. I didn't even really go over it, because you have to make smaller numbers, can't read it.
Oh,
You see the numbers better with the color on it. Once you put the glossy color on it, what do you see the numbers? The other question I had was, when you took the correspondence of the board with the province, they said about deciding the budget is that we should be looking at what is mandatory and what is a wish list to be able to really look at what we should be looking at if we can cut, where can we cut. You touched a bit on that because you said under the mandatory issues that we have no choice, we pay those. But they're intertwined in the budget, and it's very hard to decide out what is wishes of the county versus what is mandatory in the budget. So that was one of the things when I was looking through the budget. It's very hard to decide out that the figures on what we think
no, it's not.
and what is issues on the Zoom world So that was one of the
Yeah.
Okay. So, Warden, through you to council. There are, like I mentioned earlier, there are some things here that you can change. And they're called discretionary, but discretionary is as opposed to mandatory. So there are transfers to reserves that impact that's something council can touch. I don't recommend that you change, the transfers to reserves, but I'm saying that's discretionary. Building maintenance, software, the grants, special projects, consultants, professional services. So we can go through this, and maybe if council wishes, you could ask tomorrow for your director to identify the mandatory expenses, so then you'll know the rest, that, you know, so they can highlight for you and say, this is mandatory, this is mandatory. And so, the staff, if you don't mind, just when you're doing your presentations tomorrow, just identify for council's benefit the what's mandatory, and then you'll know what's discretionary. But again, I'm going to plead with you, please don't touch the training budgets, because at the end of the day, council, you know, and the reason why I'm pleading that way, in fact, if I could double the HR budget, I would. They're assets as well. There are human assets, and you know, if we don't develop them and get them to be at the professional best, they're only coming in with the qualifications we hired them on, and yet we always want to hire the best when people leave. It doesn't seem to make sense that you're always hiring the best people, but you don't, you know, the person that came in 20 years ago has not been developed to be that best person 20 years later. And we all, you know, I simply say that they're an asset, and we need to treat them as an asset.
Councillor Connell, your question, was it addressed more to the capital budget than the operating budget, or both?
No, it was to both.
Okay.
Because policing and stuff like that is mandatory. You know, we got a list of them, but when you get looking through your budget, you don't pick them apart when you're trying to see. When you look at a budget, you're saying, can we cut that sector of that budget? You know, if the mandatory stuff is highlighted or colored out,
yeah,
we know that we can't change those numbers.
Well, I was looking at the capital budget, and my understanding, and you'd know better than I would, when the city of Halifax does their budgeting, they have a thing called a parking lot. Have you ever heard of the parking lot? Maybe you can explain it better than me, but I think the parking lot is things they'd like to do, mostly capital projects, and so they go through their budgeting, and then when they're kind of finished, they see if there's something they can take from the parking lot into the actual budget of that year. And I noticed that on our capital budget that we've got, the one with small print, it does have an even smaller X's down the side, a listing of priority projects. So it lists the ones, and I take priority, and maybe it doesn't mean mandatory, but I would think that, you know, at some point there's a recommendation from our engineers that, you know, this replacement of this sewer or something has become mandatory. And that's the discretionary part that I think is probably reflected somehow in these X's down the side of the capital budget. But some of these, you know, I'm sure when we go through it, some of them will turn out to be mandatory and others discretionary as we go through it.
Yeah, we always, previously, we had a specialist come in and give us training on setting priorities and stuff like that. We always use the box, which is a parking lot. And because a lot of times you would put some of those things that's just a wish or a service that some residents want, maybe some don't. But if you, it's no good to have 100 projects on the go, because nothing ever seems to get done. So we are always told that prioritize your list, put everything else in a box, and if you want, all of a sudden, 3 months down the road, one of those things out in the box comes a priority of council, something's got to come out of this box to be able to fit that in. So you just can't keep adding to that box, because the box gets over full and nothing gets done. And that's what happens. So when you put things on in the parking lot, in order to bring something from the parking lot that's in the box, you've got to really look at what's coming out of the box.
Yeah.
Because you only have so much money, you only have so much staff. And that's what will rule usually what you can keep putting in that box.
If there are no other questions, perhaps we'll break for lunch. And Councillor Redden.
One kind of, maybe quick. In calculation of the tax rate, you've got that 1 cent of residential resource gives us like 119,000. And when I look back at rental mandatory and RCMP rates, and I think you said, when you were talking about our litigation and damages and settlements of outstanding bills, from the math I did there, like 1 cent comes out at about 210,000. That's just me with the numbers I see here. I'm curious about the difference. Is one calculated directly, or are they just off? Maybe I'm being too detailed at this point.
Warden, I'm clearly not a mathematician, but if that's what you're finding, maybe I'll turn to our Director of Finance and explain how we calculate that.
Yeah, I just basically have a spreadsheet that shows the assessed value that came from PSC times the rate. And you can use different rates to take the difference. So it's going up to 119,000. So what page are you looking at?
Yeah, could you tell us again how you got to the 200 number?
So the 200 number I first came from on page 6 of our handouts. Mandatory, or provincial mandatory plus at 7.4 million.
Sorry, what page is page 6?
7.4.
Page 6, which is probably slide 40.
What's this one?
Oh, thanks, Diane.
7.4 million. It's 35 cents on our tax rate. Such a number of math, right? So it's about 210,000 per.
You're using mandatory and
35 cents.
Oh, all right. I think I can explain. Your wizard CAO took the 7 million that you see there and divided it into the total budget. And so I obviously shouldn't have done that. and I say it represents roughly 35 cents on the tax. That was me doing one of these things. That is, it approximates 35 cents. So I would actually take that and divide it by the right figure.
Yeah, that makes all the sense.
So, thank you for noticing that. Yeah, that was me. That was my calculation. Not the
Councillor Longmire, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Under the impacts on operating budget expenditures, I'm just wondering, the other funds ticket park, why did that park stand out separate from all other parks in the county?
Warden, through you to council, because it's an addition. It's a new park being added to the council just added that in the last committee of the whole. That's why it's only it's a new addition.
And town votes, the first town elementary school, would that be captured somewhere here?
It's in the total. I only picked some highlights.
Oh,
I didn't.
okay, highlights. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't go through. I would be duplicating the budget if I. Thank you.
Councillor Connell.
So, I have 2 questions. When was the last year the county did the tax rate?
When was the last year that they increased the tax rate?
2018,
What did you say?
2018, 1%.
So that's the year ending in 2018. So that's the year ending March of 2018, or the 2019, the one after, the one ending in 2020. It was increased.
2019, 18, 19.
18-19 was increased, okay.
If I remember correctly, didn't it go down 2 cents?
Can we just hold on a sec? Councillor Connell had 2 questions, and then I'll come back to you.
The accessibility plan, you have it in the impacts to operating budget at $5,000. Now, I've been listening to the radio for the last month. Things can't be advertised on the accessibility plan, which the figure's going to take 2 years. And we're looking for participants individuals in the communities that have excess problems or information they're trying to help. But we don't seem to be doing any of that. Our investment budgets or our plans are, but $5,000 doesn't seem like a lot of money unless the $5,000 is just going to get the project out and go for this year.
So word 3 to council. We brought a report to council, I think either last month or the month before, addressing all of that. So the 5,000 is sort of for the committee expenses, but we're in it. We identified that we're going to have to establish an accessibility committee, and I think the director of planning will address that tomorrow in some detail to council, but. It was brought forward, and we'll get through that tomorrow.
Just that I hear it all the time.
Yeah, no, it was brought to council.
Councillor Hudson, you had a question?
It was.
No, we were just talking about tax rate.
Okay, Councillor Sheridan?
So in the impacts in the operating budget, I think this is unique. The security for former upper fund start at 370. That's new on our budget. That's exactly it. Representing that. I don't recall ever paying for that before. So
Paying for the security? We've paid some money for security in the past, I guess this is April, so the past fiscal year, we paid some money to Mr. Farron for security. And then we're going to pay a little more now, but that money comes out of the 7.2 million.
if someone is 7.2, is it really going to affect our budget? Or is it going to be in the board department on the board?
It's a good question.
I'd be making stuff up if I don't. The answer is, Councillor, I'm not sure. Director of Finance.
Yes.
Yes.
7 days a week, I think about 20 hours a day for staff, appropriate to have a proper rotation. And then there's also insurance costs, and insurance about 40. So it's more than just security, it's the management of the site.
But I think the issue is not how the number was arrived at. I think the issue is that it's part of the borrowings rather than operating's, because it's part of the 7.2 million. That's the question.
And I agree with the question. In fact, Louis and I had a brief discussion about that this morning, whether the costs incurred should be reported as a receivable versus a tax payment, because the plan is to have that money paid back to the county when the school develops. So that's for somebody with a bigger financial background than mine. But how do we tax for it or account for it as a receipt?
So what the director is saying is that sometimes your expenses are offset by your revenues. So we haven't shown it as a revenue in our current budget.
Well, I still think we're not really addressing the point. I don't have the slide in front of me, but was it shown as an increase in our operating budget to 370?
It is.
But it's going to be, the bills that we get from Mr. Farron are given to us pursuant to a certain section of the agreement with Mr. Farron. So it seems to me that that's part of the 7.2 million. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. And so if the point is that if it's part of the 7.2 million borrowing, it shouldn't be coming into our operating account. It should be part of the 7.2 and paid for over time.
So, Warden, to answer the question, when it's coming back to us, it's coming as a revenue from the 7.2 million. Do you know what I'm saying? We haven't shown it as a receivable, which is what the director pointed out to me, is that it's the $7.2 million that we've earmarked for Gordonston. That it'll be receivable to us because that's where it's coming from. It's coming from that, which is a separate pot of money.
So in that case, we wouldn't get a loss of 400 and some thousand at that point because we're going to write this on the receivable.
That's right. If we show that as a receivable,
We'll be short over a little over 100,000.
Yep.
Yes.
Council, you're right. And I haven't showed it, and we haven't showed it as a receivable from the 7.2.
So then we don't have to look at the tax increase.
That's correct.
I have a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
100,000 in our budget is for legal fees, and then 30,000 for the short-term borrowing until we borrow 2.5 million. Short-term borrowing interest fund. So only 240,000 of that budget can go.
Oh, okay.
So, Warden, this will all be excellent discussion at budget time. I mean, budget deliberations on Friday. The questions are good. Keep them coming today and tomorrow, and then this gives us an opportunity to actually talk about where and what we can address and what has been overlooked, if anything has been overlooked. So, obviously, this one I overlooked that because it would have to be. It would have to be, it's an expenditure for us right now, so we're showing it in the budget. But what I haven't shown is that the revenue will offset it, but the revenue is still our money. It's coming from a different pot. It's coming from the $7.2 million. But it'll sort of offset this on the operating side. The other one's on the capital side. So we'll work that out, but your point is a good one. Thank you.
So if there are no further questions, we'll have a lunch break and come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, welcome everybody. The afternoon session of day one of the budget deliberations. I'll turn it over to Mr. Coutinho.
So, Warden, through to Council, we're now going to be going, Steve McGuinness is going to be doing an overview of the capital This is only for this year's work. They know the 5-year will be a presentation at another date, but we're going to focus on 222, 223, 221, 222. So, Director Steve, if you want to take it over.
Thanks, Louis. So David and I provided everybody with a printout, but we're kind of limited by the page size, and it self-corrects the font. Hopefully it's easier to read. In addition, I've handed everybody one of these. It's a very small description of each of the projects. And it should run the same sequence as the spreadsheet. That's information. Just as a preamble, as I said, David will scroll down the screen as we move through the projects, and we'll focus on what we made in the budget.
This isn't for questions at this point, is it?
With Council's permission, just an overview of the projects, and we can go into specific details that these for Council. I do want to comment on Councilor Otto's comments about a number of projects. I couldn't agree more that
You all
there are a
agree?
lot of projects. And I think it reflects a couple of things. Kind of a cycle we got into about 6 years ago. When the province imposed some rules that they changed later, that we had to have our gas tax money spent within the current time frame of that agreement. And then about 18 months later, they backed off. But it was hard to get the projects off the list. So they just kind of stayed. And the county in the past has had to close to 110 projects, 110 funded individual projects over the years. Right now, we're looking at about 60. The priorities that I've set, and these are my priorities, I put through this draft. These are the ones that are the priority, as the board has mentioned, in terms of the axle and the far left-hand column, are related to a regulatory issue. They're supported by others within the projects, whether it's provincial funding agreement, whether it's for instance, a funding contribution by local residents for a particular improvement. A condition of the current asset, safety issues, council resolutions, and or as I've already mentioned, third-party funding that moves us along in terms of moving with their project timing as well. So what I would like to do is to go through each of the projects and on a line-by-line basis. I know that can be a bit long, 60 projects, but I'll try to be as brief as possible. And the warden and CAO's direction, whether we want to take questions during each of the projects or at the end. What's your preference?
Probably as we go.
I'd rather have it at the end.
Okay.
We could make notes off on the side, just a clear question.
Is this, are we going to go, when we do the budget deliberations on Friday, are we going to go through the capital budget again?
Well, what I've discussed with the CAO is if there's certain projects that are added or dropped off, that's a good question. Are we going to do the deliberation on the projects today, or just review them as information and hold the questions for Friday?
I'd like to do the questions now myself.
So, yeah, by Friday we'll forget.
What, Diane, what'd you say?
By Friday we'd forget. We have questions now as
Yeah,
we're
I
going
agree.
through.
I think, you know, we'll have questions now. You go through it, and maybe something will come up again on Friday, but I think it's good when something comes up that somebody is curious about, that when it's fresh in everybody's mind, we'll address it. We'll try and not go down to what the deputy warden calls rabbit holes too often, but we'll try and keep it going.
Well, that's one of the projects we're going to fill with rabbit holes in.
Now we're talking.
So I hope I'm speaking loud enough that everybody can hear, and so I'll get started. So first project, and I'll just run down the list as it's presented on the spreadsheet, is the replacement of the oil tanks, regulatory issues, the tanks age in, and the tanks need to be replaced. There's several of those projects within the proposed list. The standby power plant is for the Annapolis Administration Building. That is kind of a twofold project. One, when Dorian hit 2 years ago, we found that the existing power plant was not sufficient with the number of changes that the administration building has gone through over the years after the power plant was installed. So we, council authorized the power plant be upgraded. And then when we moved towards the internet project and install one of our FOP stations at the Annapolis County building, we're going to piggyback on with them because they need backup FOP too. So it's a cost share, it's a larger generator, but it'll be shared funding between the needs of the building and the needs of the pump station. That's the county share for the replacement. The other portion is within the broadband project. The electrical upgrade again was identified kind of as we dealt with the impacts of Dorian after the fact in terms of our phase loading and within the building itself again because of the number of changes since the building was constructed and additions coming on, and also with the addition of the pop building. So we've identified some upgrades that we would like to undertake for the mid-building electrical. Getting a Lawrencetown oil tank, same issue. The tank is aged out, and we want to change them out before they refuse letting fills. They can't do that. They check the tank gauges from time to time. It's also an insurance requirement. Same with the Bridgetown Arena oil tank. That's strictly for a hot water tank heater, so that's why it's a lesser budget. The Bridgetown Arena north side building renewal, actually just had a little drive around there this morning before the meeting started. It's the cinder block kind of lean-to portion on the arena on the north side of the building. As I say in the notes, it contains the Zamboni storage, the ice plant, the meeting rooms, and 2 dressing rooms. The BCRA has brought this project forward. They'd like to undertake it to clean that building up, replace the soffit fascia, do some brick repointing, and change the siding of the building. It does look like it needs an upgrade, and that's what I'm referring to as a current condition. And that you'll see within the project spreadsheet, it's being funded, pending funding is through the Max Young Trust Fund. Council's touched on that before in terms of the history of that trust fund.
Excuse me, just a question. When we look at these numbers, are these amounts that are going to be spent in the upcoming fiscal year, or I guess it's the current fiscal year, or are these capital projects that are going to be put into some kind of more long-term payment?
They're all this year.
So they're all the things on this list that we're going to look at, we could expect to be spending that money this year.
I do have some comment about that in terms of our ability to deliver projects, and yes, just reflecting on Councillor Collins' comments, we've been able to manage to get most projects done that we've put in front of council in previous years. Some have been carried over to get to them. But what suffers is because capital has a limited time frame. You only get the funding for so long. So what happens is we divert our efforts from operations to get our projects done. We have staffed up in the past to have some more support for project delivery, but frankly it was diverted because of the situations that we've had in Basin over the last 2 years. That person was really focusing on that particular issue. The CAO and I have talked about how we'd like to move forward, and one is to make sure that the person assigned the project deliveries focuses on that and don't get into the operational issues. But this is kind of a standard number of projects that we deal with on an ongoing basis. And as you'll see by the axis on the left, most of these can't wait. We'd like to move forward. But they're all intended for this year's. Once we go through this, I receive council's feedback, just a little backing up a little, and we'll incorporate these into the 5-year plan, and we'll present the entire 5-year plan, including this year's projects at future council. So the next project is the Bridgetown Arena accessibility and design process. So This is part of the BCRA initiatives to upgrade their, both in terms of like general building accessibility to the arena and to the change room and washroom facilities. So we'd like to get that design done, the costing done, and then bring it back to council for the construction phase of the allocated date. Again, that's being funded by Max. You don't trust them. A comment about funding in general. These are all, as the CAO put it days ago, these are all reserve funded projects that don't have any tax implications. That's the purpose that we're considering. The next project is the roof guarding and harness. We've discussed that in the past council meetings. I've included them in the budget for consideration, and I would expect some additional conversation on it as we move along. The geotechnical investigation is happening right now. They've completed the outside drilling on the building yesterday. They're moving the inside the building today. Complete the borehole program there. The east wall investigation, the council had requested that we move forward with that investigation. We didn't have the money. We didn't have a budget stated when we had that discussion a couple of weeks ago. And reviewing that with our engineers, that's the anticipated budget. To open it up, have a look, and then repair the building so that we can carry on with the use. It won't be a perfect drywall job, but we'll get the drywall back up and take it. So that's all included within that scope of work. The Bridgetown parking lot paving is the Bridgetown parking lot that we have east of the Bridgetown Administration Building. We've done the site grading, we've done the curb, we've run our electrical. The project was delayed a little bit because the pop station that ended up at the north end of the parking lot there, we had to run some conduit from the current NSPI poles on Granville Street, running through the island that's currently it's already been constructed, and we're looking at completing that paving on the area there. The paving stones, which are intended for the interior of the island, were already purchased, but we've been waiting for those conduit lines, the conduits to be installed. I will make a comment on that. Staff have been investigating the installation, or the cost of the installation for electric vehicle charging station within that parking lot. We're just kind of gathering up the information, but before we lay any pavement down, I think it would be a good thing to have some concern.
Yes.
We put in 1 or 2 electric vehicle charging station at that parking lot. The brick install, again, is a carryover because we couldn't install the bricks until the conduit was installed. The AIM assessment, council authorized that project to move forward, or at least the grant application to be made. I think the February or March council meeting. Just got a note back, actually yesterday, where project number 654, they're currently considering projects, I'm rounding, 250 to 580 now, or something like that. That's working their way through there, and we hope to hear from them in about a month as to whether our grant is successful. If that grant isn't successful, staff will likely bring that project back to council for consideration. I think it's a key point for the county to undertake that assessment and condition report and recapitalization plan as we look at our assets for future years. The county-wide consolidation investigation, again, was another council resolution. It was put forward to council, I think, so we've added that to the budget for consideration. Thank you.
Warden? Yeah. So Deputy Warden, sorry.
Could you explain it, can you speak with this county-wide consolidation?
Well, it's to look at all our facilities, to see if and I'm assuming the consultant would make recommendations for closing down, consolidating, new construction, whatever. It's more of a, and I think it's a good, it's a necessary study to look at the long-term sustainability of all our buildings. Buildings that we choose to stay at. The network servers, the scheduled server upgrade, to upgrade the current server, and I'm going to ask Don and maybe the CAO to comment on that in terms of funding involved for that. Are we using COVID money for that?
Well, yes, we are. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how that look at in terms of funding. Other funding, okay. Yeah, so that's the COVID funding, okay. Telecommunication, that's our ongoing broadband project. That's the $50 million originally budgeted. That's what's remaining in this year's budget to complete the work. Scheduled for completion by September or October of this year. And that's the Strand and Fiber. The Connect Innovate is another portion of the broadband project that's being funded by the federal grant system. And it's been a very arduous process in terms of getting that grant process approved. I think we finally have all the T's and I's dotted for that. That work is primarily located down the Granville Road, Street Granville Road, down the Port Gateway area, and up on the show.
Just on that, if I could, this $4 million, is that all going to be coming forward from the federal government in a grant?
Federal intervention.
But the whole amount is not costing us really anything.
That's correct.
And going back to the project that we're doing, that was a $13 million borrowing, and I think you said that the project should be completed this fall. And we've got $6 million here. Have we spent the other $7 million?
Correct. It's just been invoiced today.
So we're kind of pretty much on budget. We're going to be spending the $13 million?
Yes, it's kind of the model is we build as much as we can with the fixed amount of money that we have. With Eagle, they've come, Eagle Communications, the cost per kilometer has come in less than we had originally anticipated, so we can build more. But I think as the CAO mentioned, we were kind of the first ones in. There's now other programs like Connect Innovate, like the Develop Nova Scotia programs. And where we had planned on putting our network has now been taken over by other service providers because they're ready to move right away with grant funding. And just to comment on that, there's no way they would have touched any of those areas like Bear River unless there was grant funding. We would have never seen unless the Develop Nova Scotia came up with that. That's a 2-year-old program. 2-year-old program. So we began the internet project in its infancy and looked at the proposals, I believe, 4 or 5 years ago. So we're that much more ahead of it.
Thank you.
The economic development issue is the Morganton School, and again, it's the amount shown, it's been meeting inside of the 7.3 initial budget for construction of that facility. The J-class roads, you'll see it's unfunded. I got to have a conversation with TIR, the way the J-class repayment program works. We make our 50% contribution, and TIR supervises the project. I've had some preliminary discussions. One, they've got to come back and finish up a couple small couple small jobs that we had done last fall. I'm not sure what the consideration is going to be for moving forward on Whitney Lane, but I was approached by TIR saying if the province were to extend the program or create some more funding to do another 50% cost share, would the county be interested? And I said yes, until I'm told not to be interested. So that's essentially there as a place marker. And it will likely come back, the province comes up with another phase for the J-class repayment program. Right now it's not funded. There's no dollars coming towards it. Church Street pedestrian crosswalk. Those who travel that road frequently and maybe north side overhead crosswalk signage. It's been up there for longer than the 10 years that I've been here. And TIR kind of gave me a heads up here last fall that it does not meet current standards. Again, if you're familiar with the crosswalks that we put up both in Highway 1 and Carlos Park and on Granville Road and Granville Ferry, that's the standard that we want to move towards. So I think as we work through this, I would recommend that it's a much brighter, it's much more obvious signage, and I think we just got to need to consider the location if and when the project is approved. Just a comment about jurisdiction. The county chose to put that crosswalk signage in. That's why it's our responsibility, essentially, on the TIR road, because we made the improvement initially 12 or 15 years ago. About that time?
Where is that?
Queen Street and improvement, it was scheduled for this year in the original 5-year plan. We completed the design phase. The design was presented to council, I believe, at the January council meeting. I've broken this up into 3 phases, or three differently funded projects. 2 of them are eligible for the letter of intent. The water improvements are not eligible because letter of intent money was not to be spent on water improvements. It's not in the scope of the transit of the letter of intent money. It was approved by UARP. So this is the street and sidewalk portion of the construction. I've reviewed those construction numbers. I've increased the budget from the original scope to account for material cost increases, and as the feds and the province, particularly the feds, announce new programs, which they're doing every 2 to 3 months, construction prices go up because we just have a limited number of contractors. So I've kind of increased the budget accordingly. I've had a call into our engineers for them to have a look at recently awarded construction contracts, what their values are compared to their engineering estimates, and see what kind of increase, if any, they're experiencing. So that may adjust it as I get more information.
And excuse me, no, in January when you presented, you said that we'd be waiting until there was some federal or provincial funding to go along with us with respect to this project?
I haven't heard any provincial or federal funding that relates to this type of work. There's a lot of transit, there's a lot of green, but nothing in terms of hard infrastructure.
So unless something comes down from the federal or provincial governments, then this project won't go ahead this year. Is that the understanding?
Well, the project is funded both out of the letter of intent money and we've got the letter of intent eligible project costs at about $879. We have 907 in the letter of intent money. That's the sewer and surface improvements. The water portion, just have to find that. Is funded by the water reserve, like the Bridgetown Utility Water Reserve. there is money if council chooses to move forward on that project. If council approves it, and one sets of conditions, we go back to the engineers, kind of get some fine tuning on the costs, and move forward on a tender. But I think, as I noted in the January presentation, this will take a lot of coordination because of the disruption, because we're totally tearing up the street. So a lot of work with the public, a lot of work with the Chamber of Commerce to get them well informed and in terms of the construction schedule and work a successful contract.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you very much. Through you, Warden, could you explain to me what letter of intent money is?
Warden, through you to council, it's the funding that Bridgetown got at amalgamation. And it is to be used only on Bridgetown projects.
So is that money sitting somewhere, or we can draw down on it?
It's one of the reserve accounts, yes.
It's one of the reserve accounts.
Yeah.
How much is in that reserve account?
I'll have to...
$7,000.
How much?
$907,000.
So if we went ahead with this project and used the letter of intent money in the reserve, it would pretty well exhaust the reserve.
Correct. And the reason for my comment in January was just trying to, if they did come up with a program, was to try and leverage that money, whatever the funding split may have been on any particular grant, 30-30-30 or 50-50 or whatever. But I haven't seen a grant that's there that would support this type of infrastructure.
Councillor Hudson, you had a question?
Yeah, just my own, maybe for my own clarification, perhaps I just missed it. So the water lines and the sewer lines down Queen Street, those are being replaced as well?
Yes.
Okay. From separate funds?
Pardon me?
From separate funds, from different funds?
From different funds. Now, I'm going to back up a little. We did read something about green infrastructure in terms of stormwater and sanitary sewer separation. A lot of these older towns have combined sewers where your stormwater goes into your sanitary. It all ends up being pumped by our lift stations. It all ends up being treated at a treatment plant. I just did read last week that there is some portion that allows for some funding contribution towards that separation, which we do intend to do because we're under regulatory requirement when we do upgrade sanitary sewers, we have to separate. So we do the storm and the sanitary. So we're going to investigate that and see if we can leverage some funding there and get some grant funding for that portion of the project. The transit bus was a commitment made last year. They put the tender out, the buses are ordered. As with many things, the deliveries are delayed because of supply issues. So they don't anticipate that to be a new bus to be delivered, I'm calling correct, August.
Well,
Is that correct?
the last he told us was May, the end of May.
Okay, well.
But that's what he said last week.
Oh, well, no, that's new. We had a meeting about 3 weeks ago. That's been updated.
Okay. It'll come.
So is that a King's Transit bus?
Yes.
It's our bus. They run the buses under contract to the county. We're not part of the authority. We're a contracted customer.
How many buses do we have?
3.
Oh, yeah, 1, 2.
2 running and 3 in the inventory.
2 in a spare.
The Keel Hillside Water Program, moving forward on that, we're meeting with some affected individuals who require an easement from, and we're fine tuning that. I know council asked that we get this out as soon as possible, and as soon as we get that easement in place, we'll be moving forward. So that is essentially upgrading the existing community-owned water system, the Hillside community. and then the county will be taking over the operation of that portion of the utility. Back down to Queen Street again, that's the water portion, and that's being funded by the Water Reserve. So the Granville Ferry well site, that's a number that was presented to council, I think, late last summer, as D&D is moving through, I guess, a formalization of all the activities within their lands. They've had to undertake, primarily for security reasons, fencing access to make sure that we have our own access to the site, we have the proper lease or license for our well site that's on their property, and it is on their property, and all the improvements. And as a condition of signing that license, they wanted us to make a financial commitment. So that's the financial commitment. Without the financial commitment, we wouldn't get a license. And that's our Granville Ferry water source. Granville Ferry and Apples water source. The next
Excuse me, Deputy Warden.
And that's a one-time commitment.
Yep. As I think it's about a 3-year program in terms of improvements. So that project may carry forward over the next couple of years.
What area is that, sir?
That, as I said, Granville Ferry, and that is also the water supply for Annapolis Royal, and over into the field. The next 4 projects are, one of these projects we've been trying to get at to is apartment. We have 4 new source water protection plans for each of our water supplies, for our 4 separate water systems. In Margarettsville and Granville, the Granville Ferry area, Bridgetown and Lake Katy, which is the Twin Walls Park source water area. There's identified a number of improvements or a 5-year capital improvement plan, and I'm trying to get to these every year. As Councilor Connell alluded, these are some of the projects that fall off, and I'd like to reinvigorate that commitment, and then in undertaking those improvements and actions that are a regulatory requirement under the improved source water protection plans. The South Street water service replacement, we had a discussion with that. Council approved that funding so we could move forward with the tendering and kind of team up with TIR before they paid. That's their road, and our water line is in it. So we want to get the water line, particularly the service silos, replaced before TIR into the phase that. We don't have a firm schedule on as to that. We want to get our work done as soon as possible. The reservoir master meter replacement, it wasn't quite scheduled for last year. Couldn't get to it. It's one of our, again, regulatory requirements that we have a meter right at the reservoir, pardon me. And so it's been went down last year, and this is just carrying forward to get replaced this year. The rate studies, every 3 years, we try to stay on cycle. We submit a new rate application to the UARB, and both Bridgetown utility and the County of Annapolis utility be for a rate review. So both those projects are within the capital plan. Some isolation valve installations. We had, I think over the last 24 months, a couple of water breaks. And because of the lack of valving that we have in the Bridgetown distribution system, we've had to put out of service a lot of customers that we really didn't need to. For these additional isolation valves, we reduce the number of customers we have to put out of service while we're going to take the repairs. The meter replacement is in the county side, just a small portion to We have meters that freeze, especially in seasonal homes. They don't winterize them properly. There is a charge for that, and we do have a small budget to replace water meters on the county utility side over the year. They're a radio led system. You just drive by with a computer and an antenna, it just picks up the reads. So I think the total cost, Greg, for the meter and the RF unit, the radio unit is $600 a piece. So this gives us about, over division quickly, about 15 meters over the 600 customers that we have. The meter replacement Bridgetown, a bit of a different story. We have about 50% of the community is still on manual reads. Walk up to those, transpose the numbers into the book and enter those into our billing system. So that's why that budget is slightly higher, to have an ongoing replacement program. If, and there was, just before we took over the town, as I look at the timing, funding, qualified funding to replace all the meters at once, and funding is no longer available, but if it ever comes up again, the county should seriously think about getting all those meters replaced. It's a lot of time and effort, and it's a lot of accuracy. I suspect lost. So if we can get all of them on radio controlled video revenues, it would be better. Backflow prevention plan, again, it's a requirement of authorities to have a plan in place. We'd like to get, I think we can get one done for all four utilities, all four utility sites under one plan by the consultant. It is a regulatory requirement. The miscellaneous water capital for the Bridgetown utility, you'll see similar projects for other utilities. Is a small amount of money that I request on an annual basis just to undertake capital improvements that are not anticipated. Things break, things come up, and I try to tap that money so that we make sure that we're in the operational budgets for the individual utilities. If approved, we simply, if we have a $1,500 repair or a meter replacement or something, UV lamps is going to be capital qualified. We try to keep it at $1,000, and whatever we buy has to last longer than a year. Qualifies capital. We just go ahead and purchase it out of that fund. And you'll see similar projects as we move through the list. The Bank Bridge sewer line is related to the TIR project to replace the Bank Bridge in Bear River. Our sewer line was, I can't remember, it was either attached or in close proximity to the bridge. And we have yet to be built, so that was the estimate that TIR gave us as per the tenure. So I'm just asking council to carry that forward until we get invoiced. TIR, great work for us in conjunction with and partnership with us, but we genuinely don't get the invoices until the following year, June, July, so we do a lot of improvements. Granville Ferry lift station, access and rail, so from that, it's the maintenance access into the lift station. The rails, it's a double rail system, it's down the lift station, and we run the rails up, we run our pumps up and down these rails. They need to be replaced. And just through various sort of improvements, likely the last ones, we kind of paved over the man access, so we need to use man access and person access, and we have to replace that access and replace the rails in that lift station. Cornwallis Park disinfection, that project is underway. We purchased the UV system. It replaces the current chlorination system that we have at Cornwallis wastewater treatment plant. We are obliged to get to no longer chlorinate and dechlorinate our wastewater as it's being released into federal waters. And so we have to move to a UV system on that. We currently have a UV system in Nicktaw and in just anticipating, we're told to do that soon. But this is the instructor installation of that heating system.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Warden?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So this, the UV system, that's going to save us money because it's not, we're not going to need the chemical.
Well, we need chemicals, nor the way we dechlorinated was to put the SO2, which takes the chlorine in the water, we would deliver it by water. So we would be expending water to our domestic water system. So it should save us on little things.
Councillor Redden?
And carryover funding, just so I'm clear on what that is, that's
Projects we couldn't finish in the current year was scheduled for, and we're just carrying the remainder of the budget forward to finish out the project.
so even though we've already approved it, it just has to go in the budget.
Correct. We need council resolutions, approval of the projects. Structural steel rehabilitation again on the clarifier, large external tank at the Commonwealth's wastewater treatment plant provides our primary treatment. And the plant, I'm guessing, was constructed in the 60s, and beginning in the second. And we have to replace some of the structural steel associated with the cat blocks and some of the supporting structure for our mechanical systems. The wastewater treatment plant upgrades, a number of upgrades we'd like to undertake this year. We have a drum filter there. What the drum filter does, it takes out the large nasty bits before it goes to the final treatment, and take out as many solids as possible, and I need very fine solids for you to get that. Headworks improvements, we're from time to time, especially during storm events, our headworks gets filled up. So we have had instances, I reported to the environment, and we have to still get it out. This would hopefully eliminate those incidents and improve access for the treatment tanks in terms of our staff accesses the treatment tanks and improve those accesses. And new this year is the effluent flow means we've always given the environment estimates in terms of what that flow is. Now they want an actual meter at the end of the effluent. That's about $5,000 cash. I just want to make one quick comment that I was trading some emails with our plant operator on that. They've been trying out a new chemical. It's approved to use in treatment plants that helps defoam the treatment process and creates a lot of problems. We get 2-3 feet of foam on top of our treatment tanks. So they've been using this on a daily dose basis over the last month, and it's completely eliminated the foam. What that also does is we anticipate a reduction in the amount of solids we have to do in the treatment plant every year. So we hope to cut our solids removal, which is done by contract, on local septic colors by about 50%. So I just want to make a comment on that. The good work our operators do to carry out those kind of treatments and save us some money. In your original spreadsheet, we had the TIR manhole adjustments. Generally, when TIR paves, they have to raise our manholes and do some sort of correction. Because again, our utility is within their roads, we have to pay it back. My understanding would be 201 paving this year. Because those manholes are offset from the driving surface, none of those manholes are raised, or there shouldn't be a bill forthcoming, so that's been removed from the This is another miscellaneous water cap for counting water. Again, it's an allowance to use to be more flexible instead of transactions that is request from council. Allows us to undertake repairs, capital repairs, as quickly as possible. Queens Street Sanitary and Storm, So that's one portion that needs to be upgraded. And again, as mentioned earlier, we'll do a little more investigating on potential grant funding that could be applied here, because we are separating the sanitary and stormwater feeds into that particular line. Miscellaneous water capital for the Bridgetown utility, same request, just thus allows us to undertake more capital improvements without overburdening the operating budget. Mobile gen set, you spoke about this perhaps earlier. We currently have one mobile generator that we use to service our lift stations and water treatment or water pumping facilities during full-on storm outages. Dorian had showed us that we were running pretty thin and running that, essentially we were running that generator set 24 hours a day from Margarettsville to Bear River during the 6-day power outage. So previous council authorized the purchase of another generator set, and we did put that out to tender, and I think I just got from our procurement person that tender announced about 20 minutes ago. I haven't seen it. It was a previously approved project, so that is indeed a carryover project. Phase protection for all our lift stations. So it protects against power surges, and what it essentially does is prevents in a 3-phase situation from a phase being burned out, the other 2 phases trying to pick up the load, and it burns out homes. So this just a little preventive maintenance to help us with that. The Carmel Corner lift station number 8. Again, for those familiar with the area, where South Street meets Highway 201, we have a lift station on the northwest corner, but it's kind of down in a hole, very hard to service. We'd like to improve that access for our maintenance vehicles, so we can park closer to the site, and transformer replacement and some risers there to move that, improve the access to the lift station for maintenance purposes. So it's a 3-phase project: electrical upgrades and access upgrades. The SCADA is our remote monitoring system that we use for water and sewer. The radios have never been upgraded, and we've been repairing them for the last 10, 12 years since we owned them. Those radios are no longer repairable, so we need to replace all radios that are at our sites, and possibly the antennas too. So it's going to be we can't service the current radios that we have. In Cornwallis Park, in the sanitary system, 2 large lift stations on the east side and the west side of the community on the north of the highway. Large holding tanks that allow to address surges from storms. Quite old concrete tanks, steel lids, and we want to replace those lids. They're worn and essentially can't be secured, so we want to replace both the lids on the east and west side. Very large. I would say 2 or 3 of these tables in size. And, it allows access to the pumps and to pump out any kind of solids that are accumulated in the tank. Mobile genset hookups, another thing Victoria taught us. Mobile genset available to give us standby power at our lift stations. We need to have a quick connect system. Otherwise, we're manually wiring to get not safe and not very time. So we want to do about 7 stations a year. We have a total of 28 lift stations. This will be an ongoing project as we move forward. pickup truck replacement. This is one of the trucks in the Bridgetown. It's used for utility maintenance, utility checking, materials delivery, plow slow sites and winter times. That truck is due to be cycled. The New Holland tractor, this is for the county maintenance. We use that for sidewalk plowing, mowing. It's say brushing, that's incorrect. It's not big enough to do brushing or to attach a brusher. What it does, because it's four-wheel drive, it allows us to mow some of our areas that are on a steep incline.
Excuse me, is that a replacement of a New Holland tractor?
Correct.
Or a New Holland tractor replacement?
Just so, for a point of reference, I just noted the name because it just allows me to remember where I am.
So you go out for tender on the, you'll go out for tender on the new tractor?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Will we be trading another tractor in them?
Yeah, well, we used to just put them on a surplus and then try and sell, but we just go trade in just to get them.
So that 85,000, I mean, that's quite a tractor.
Yeah.
For 80,000, quite a tractor.
Yeah, but we also want to buy a street sweeper attachment to allow us to get ahead of the street sweeping in the spring.
And then to clarify, this is going to be for the whole county?
It's primarily located on the gravel area, and we use it in the gravel and down the river.
Down now.
Yeah.
So that's that tractor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's another question, I think. Okay. The John Deere replacement. This is for Bridgetown. Very busy piece of equipment, winter and summer. There's a lot of our mowing, a lot of sidewalk plowing, summer and winter. It's just due to be cycled in.
Councillor Hudson?
Do we not have a new quote?
Yeah, this is, we need them both for, especially for the mowing side, or the winter maintenance side too. No sidewalk, which.
Yes, Councillor Connell? Yes?
When a tender goes out, I'm just relating to how the last tender went out. You threw an apple and an orange into the crate and people bid on different tractors. It wasn't consistent, so each dealership could give you an honest price.
I
try to be fair.
Well, Councillor, not to, I think if we were fair, we could put in alternate bids. Because if we write an exact spec, we get caught either way. If we write an exact spec, we eliminate some other people. And we only can get bids from certain suppliers.
So
I'm trying to
you're supposed to be buying locally.
Pardon me?
You're supposed to be buying locally.
And there's certain conditions, yeah. And certain contract tender value.
Yes.
Councillor Hudson?
Just sort of recalling something. Equipment purchases for vehicles and things like that. Can we not put this through the ground?
We can, and we've tried to access those, especially through the HRM. But either our cycles don't meet or the particular vehicle we bid on doesn't qualify for it. But we do look at those procurement sites when we look at it and replacing our equipment.
Because there would be some cost savings if you for usage for ground.
But they do, as I said, particularly in the provincial side, they open up those procurements to municipalities. But we have to get out of their procurement cycle to get that, to take advantage of that. The county utility truck operators, we, 2 trucks, they were approved in 2021, but again, they've been delayed because of parts supply. I think maybe that's what I was thinking of, Councillor, is August for those trucks.
Oh, yes, okay.
Next vehicle is one of the trucks we use, the utility operators. Very briefly, 2 of our operators are what's called ODRCs, operators of direct responsible control. All the other operators work under essentially their supervision. It's a regulatory requirement, and we try to have both our water ODRC and our sewer plant ODRC both located in Cornwallis. We're trying to get them to share the same vehicle when they have to go out and see the other plants. So we are replacing that vehicle this year. The gator for the sports hub was a request from the recreation department to look at purchasing a gator to support the activities of the sports hub. In terms of, because of the artificial field, the artificial track, the type of weight and design of the gators that's particularly suited to that kind of activity. We've asked around other operators who run these type of facilities in terms of delivering hurdles, soccer nets, first aid, whatever. It's the preferred vehicle because it's not hard on the artificial turf and track.
Oh, Councillor Connell, yeah.
Where's the funding coming for that?
Rec department. Right there.
Look at my spreadsheet, which has much larger print.
Yes, they did give, yeah.
I think we've got about $5,000 grant in there, and whatever is left over, I may change that funding source request to one of the recreation users.
Councillor Bartow?
Yeah.
Where is it going to be stored?
That's coming.
It's the last one on the page. Last one on the page.
The next one down, Bear River first. So this is a comfort station, and as I think we discussed in January, this is not a storm-related comfort station, it's a washroom facility. We constructed in Bear River, and we get all the funding in place. Water will come from the Digby side, supply the facility, and hopefully give us some flexibility to supply water elsewhere in the community. And the notes are in my computer screen. It's shared cost funding with the province, the feds, and us. But we've asked the engineers to review the costing as pricing changes, and I believe that cost estimate is at least 2 years old. It's the acronym for the federal side. The COLA is holding the funding. The province is yet to commit, so we want to review that costing, and I believe that was notified the deputy warden. We need to send that letter off to get the province to commit that funding. So we're reviewing those costs, and then get a letter from the council to put that official request in the province. It was scheduled for last fall, but got caught up in the election.
And Digby County is also.
Well, we got to reaffirm their commitment.
Okay.
Their commitment by their condition ran out March 31st.
Oh.
So we have to have a chat.
All right.
Bridgetown Sport Hub Fuel House and Storage. So the brief history of that project is there was supposed to be a field house constructed, or it was planned to have a field house constructed with the sports hub, but it came in way over budget. I can't remember the number, 400,000 or 500,000. And so it was eliminated from the project. What we're looking at now is the existing washroom facility that's associated with the tennis courts, and putting an addition on that for equipment storage. Equipment storage to be shared by the county with a mower and the gator if it's approved, and then the other side will be for the sports equipment, hurdles, soccer nets, pylons, et cetera. We've got a small contract out with Yost Architects to give us some design and costing. I don't anticipate it will come in within that 100,000. We're trying to reuse them as much as the building as possible. It's currently there. It's currently a cinder block building, held washrooms, some, I'll call it coaching area. It was used by the tennis club, I believe, in the past, and some canteen facilities. What until council is ready to consider what kind of partnerships they want to explore in those facilities, if you really take this, I just call it a free space. We do need to get the get the washrooms up to snuff. The building was, interior was in bad shape, so it needs to be gutted, washroom facilities put in and accessible for the city.
Yeah.
So that's, but I do anticipate that project will come back when we have a better idea of the cost.
Sorry, Councillor Bartow.
Is that building going to be winterized, or is it going to have minimal heat?
Minimal. Well, we have to heat one side because our gang, the water meters are in there, supplies water to the facility. So that portion will have to be heated. Don't anticipate much use in the winter time. So it'll likely be just winterized in terms of blowdowns. Yeah.
Councillor Connell?
Again, where is that? The sports field seems to be getting to be quite an expensive endeavor.
Gas tax.
So where is the funding going to come to upgrade the?
Right now it's budgeted for gas tax. But I do anticipate, once I have a better idea of the improvements required, we'll come back to council. And last but not least, correct?
You are.
It's the Lawrencetown Village Energy Generation. That was this year's project. I haven't heard from them. And this is going to be 2021. I haven't heard whether that is complete with the status of that project is. But the way gas tax funded, the way gas tax works, because of the status of villages, that funding is funneled to the county. And they make their request to the county. We haven't got this year's request, but since I didn't know the status of the last year's project, I put it in as primarily as an earmark, so that when they do come with their request, we can consider them to determine, and council can consider it.
What's this about?
This particular one?
Yeah.
I think we're going to put in a small hydro generation station.
Right.
As part of there's a significant hydraulic energy in the creek that runs behind Lawrencetown.
Okay.
But again, I haven't had an update from them, but that's the way they access gas tax, is through the county.
Mr. Gunn.
Councillor Hudson?
Yeah, nothing concerning any of these numbers. But I recently read that the FMC, or through the FMC, there was an announcement that the federal government may be increasing the gas tax.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Perhaps doubling it almost?
Well, I did have a conversation with contact with who's called the secretariat, and handles the provincial and federal side of grants. And he knows that increase is doubling our gas tax allotment for this year has gone through first reading. But we have not anticipated that until they tell us to anticipate it.
Mm-hmm.
That's for, if that is approved, that would be for the construction of work.
Well, it'll be gas tax money and whatever qualifies under gas tax. So again, fairly ambitious program. Some big projects with a lot of that total value of 29 million. But there's a number of projects that we'd like to undertake this year. A couple of things that have worked for the county. We've retained in the last 3 or 4 years some key staff, but our other staff have not, but they come from the outside and bring some new ideas in terms of our wastewater treatment and especially our electrical side. We've identified some shortcomings in the current infrastructure. A lot of these projects are related to that. And but I also do anticipate once we move forward on both the AIM-funded program and look at our condition assets and our consolidation, it'll give us a much better recapitalization plan for all our facilities. And I'll go more into when I do my department presentation. We need some long-term planning. One of the active projects.
Deputy Warden, did you have a question?
Well, I did. You were Mr. Kadena. Can you explain to me, just in the short form, village status? We have Lawrence, and we have a village of bearers, but they're not governed like the village of Lawrence. Right? Can you give me a real quick version of why Lawrence Town has a village status and just what that might mean?
I can't explain it. If you give me a second, I'll dig out the municipal government explanation for it.
I can try to help a little bit, although I know probably less than anybody. First of all, the province indicated a few years ago that there would not be any more villages created. So the village of Lawrencetown is a bit of an anomaly. It's an old village that's there. And what happens is as I understand it, and Ms. Ord can correct me, people pay taxes to us, we collect the taxes, and then we give them to the village of Lawrencetown. Mm-hmm. And the village of Lawrencetown have a commission, or whatever it's called, a village commission, and they then spend the money, they're allocated some money from the money that's raised to do certain functions that are within their jurisdiction there in the village. And I can't really go much further than that.
Thank you,
Is that have I got it pretty close to correct?
They pay property taxes to the county.
Right.
But 66 cents is the village rate, and we collect that from them and then send it to them on a monthly basis.
Right.
What she said, 66 cents?
Yeah.
Have autonomy as to what happens in Lawrencetown?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have another dumb question for the CAO. So we've gone through the capital budget, and I looked at the budget summary, how we got to the tax rate that we're going to have. How is the money that we've just looked at here, the $20 million, how does that come into setting our tax rate?
So, Warden, if you look in totality, you're looking at 13 million for the internet. I think those numbers reflect.
Right.
It reflects 7.2 million for Gordonston. Right off the bat, that's already around 20 million. But
so that money we know we're borrowing, so we're paying the interest. The interest is coming into operating.
Right. So
what about the new truck?
That's already in the reserve. So currently we had built some reserves, and in this case we had the water utility, and he can explain, Steve can explain further, but they'll come directly from the reserves.
Okay, but then go ahead, Stephen, and then I'll ask my further question.
Just one of the changes from the spreadsheet that was distributed last week and this week is that along the bottom it has the reserve balances for each of the projects. I didn't have that information. I had to go through Stephen and Cohen to come up with the reserve balances. So those are now there. I was pleasantly surprised by even this ambitious program, although tax a lot of the reserves, they're getting down there, but we haven't gone into the red on any reserves.
So we have a capital reserve, And so the capital projects that we're going to fund, which we're not borrowing for, remember I asked you at the beginning, a lot of these projects are going to be paid for this year. They're coming out of the capital reserve. How do we fund the capital reserve and put more money into it?
In terms of utilities, we have an annual contribution into the reserve budget within the utility rate structure, both water and sewer. There is and contributions to individual reserves, again, budgeted in our operating budget. For instance, to recreation, I think part of it's funded by land creation or subdivision creation. Part of it's a contribution to the operating reserve. Generally, all the reserves, the majority of the reserves have a contribution coming out of the operating budget back into the reserve.
And that, I think I do recall when I went through the operating budget, I saw transfers into reserve, right? And so that's in the operating budget. Thank you. Councillor Connell?
So I didn't ask a lot of questions through it because I thought I was waiting until the very end. So my question is under the pavement parking lot in the very cheap cost of conduit. That doesn't mean you got to put the meters in and then electrical in. To get that paving of that parking lot done, you got to put the conduit in and it could be there, used or not used.
Yeah, well, it was with the paving, the parking lot was not anticipated to go till this year regardless. We did the concrete curb, we're putting our trees, landscaping, and street light, and that's why the conduit went. So we need to get the conduit in before we put the paving and stones within the.
Yes, but you were saying about getting a price back on the installation of the electrical hookup.
Right.
But a very cheap cost could just put the conduit in, no matter if they go in or not. And then the project could go on.
Yep.
And then next year in the capital, it could be the part of putting those units in place.
Yep.
You know, we don't know how many cars are going to ask for a charging system.
No.
How you're going to charge for it. There's a lot of questions. I'm sure we're not going to stick a meter out there and we're going to give the power to the cars.
Some do, some don't. They see it as an economic development. And they just announced as part of the grant funding they announced here about 3 weeks ago, the purchase of qualifying charging stations. But you have to buy 20 to qualify. So those are obviously for larger urban centers. So if we're going to pursue one, it'd be an outright purchase and see whether you can gas back and qualify. We're just gathering that information. There's a lot of different options. There's slow charges, takes 2 hours. There's quick charges, take 30 minutes. Some jurisdictions have gone to slow charge because people got to leave their cars there and walk around the shop while their cars are charging. So it's a bit of a strategy.
But I just, like I was saying,
I agree.
Instead of holding up the parking lot from being paved this summer,
No, it wouldn't be holding it up.
No, we're not paying it.
We'll
put the conduit in and
the
pay.
conduit in and away we go.
Yeah. The only couple other things there was, I was disappointed on how the J-class roads were paved last year, because in the east end, citizens had to pay 25%. And all of a sudden in the west end, they didn't pay nothing. I was just disappointed in how one part of our county gets used and how another county part gets used.
If I may, through the word, the discussion in council today was the cost share with the communities was for new paving for a gravel road. This is for repaving existing paved roads. They saw the difference there.
I was just disappointed when I see how it was done.
If I may add to that, Councillor Connell, I made that point at the time too.
Because it doesn't matter if it's a repavement or new pavement. you're making the quality of that road better to drive on.
Just one of the other hurdles in terms of following the same model was to getting plebiscites out in time to get approved.
In other words, we were under the
And the
gun.
last thing I had was, I would like to see some of the capital stuff on the Bridgetown Sports Hub. I would like to have our opportunity to meet with a community group that's gonna have some, hopefully input and some offer of volunteering to help the sports hub run. So I kind of feel that the Gators putting the cart before the horse.
The Gator in front of the carts.
Yeah. We don't even know how much is gonna be used this next summer. That's why I asked where the funding was coming from. And also I understand the refurbishing of the cement building and doing the washrooms. But again, because of COVID, how much are we gonna get use out of it this year? So again, how much do we gotta spend and we don't gotta spend? And that's one of the issues I'm having with the Bridgetown Sports Hub, is that if we were in a normal lifestyle of living and everything we do was gonna go down home, we're gonna have sports teams there and we're gonna try to promote it. But again, we haven't even sat down with the community group that we, in my mind, hopefully they're gonna take some responsibility on how to run this hub and keep the costs from the taxpayers down there.
Is that the end of your list, Councillor Connell?
Everything else?
Councillor Hudson?
Yeah, just two questions, really. Again, back to charging stations. The ones that proposed for next year, are those different from the ones that are at the currently at the high school?
I don't know.
I guess I just asked that question, do we need another set of charging stations in the town of Bridgetown?
Well,
I think there's 4 units up there.
I guess from my perspective, if we locate them closer to the commercial area, it has a bit of a spin-off. That's the concept.
I don't know if I have a car, I think it's a station. My second question had to do with the, you had 25,000 in there for the Bridgetown Arena, accessibility, design, and costing. And I have no disagreement with what you had there, but is there further work within the county regarding accessibility?
What?
Sorry.
The design costing in respect to other buildings?
Well, and I think there's an opportunity there that we could piggyback it on. But I think, as usual, the BCRA is kind of ahead of the curve a little bit, and they'd like to get the jump on this in terms of that particular facility. So they've asked that for consideration for this year.
Yeah. But there is work to be done throughout the town as far as accessibility.
Yeah, but I think that, from my perspective, accessibility is a big elephant. And if we can, run a couple of projects that give us a better idea of what it means, because it's not just wheelchair ramps.
No, I don't.
It's like, yeah, I understand that, but I think it's a good project to get our feet wet on.
I agree.
Just another question. Is there not a deadline to have that?
Well,
Is there a potential deadline?
2030.
Yeah.
2030?
Yeah.
2030.
Okay.
In the accessibility plan that's coming up to be worked on, one of the things it says in the legislation is that all municipalities be accessible by 2030.
Okay.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the folks who worked on this, and I think I understand well the difference between detail and concept, and I think there's been a great blend of it in this. I have 2 other comments, and one is with regard to the survey of our building inventory. Some of us have been talking about that for a long number of years, and I really hope it comes to be and we rationalize our infrastructure. And my third point is the number of items slated to be carried out in Bridgetown. And I think that's an excellent thing. I've made a number of comments in previous councils about how we need to look after Bridgetown and to carry out items that probably should have been carried out numbers of years ago, but their deterioration has not at all added to the attractiveness of the town. And I just want to say it's good to see them, and I support every one of them. Thank you.
Councillor Redden.
Just curious, we've got miscellaneous water capital for the county and miscellaneous water capital for Bridgetown. How separate do we keep our assets in the county between Bridgetown and the county? Is it just financially they're separated now, or do they move equipment back and forth?
Mr. McGinnis?
The differentiation there is they're two separate utilities, any different than municipalities. They're governed by the UARD, so they have to take them from two completely separate rates to separate different reserves. We do share personnel, we do share equipment, but if we're going to fund projects in particular, that's the company's specific reasons.
Okay. Deputy Warden, did I see your hand up?
This is a quick question from Warden. But the Fed's a new green initiative that they're offering us to be green, and I hope they're looking at municipalities as well. I wonder if they come up with any subsidy for municipalities to purchase electric vehicles, because it seems to me we go through an awful lot of gas, and we could use a few more chargers. So through you, Warden, I just wondered if they...
Mr. McGinnis?
Well, I've read of the Green Initiative. A lot of it focuses on transit.
Yep.
Not in particularly fleet vehicles or anything, like municipal fleet vehicles or even federal fleet vehicles. It's really focused on transit for this round. I haven't seen anything different other than that. Okay.
Seeing no more questions, thank you very much, Mr. McGinnis. A wonderful presentation. Really appreciate it. Very helpful to me, particularly since this is the first time I've been through this kind of a process. I really appreciated it.
I can just make a comment and thank you for that. In terms of my input from my managers and the assistants of finance, it's very much a team effort.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Catino.
So, Warden, through you to Council, this concludes the first day of activities. I know you don't want to go into the departments today. You've probably had a long day, but tomorrow there's going to be quite a few presentations. I know Council will benefit from at least understanding what each department does, and you'll get an overview. You can now... You've had a flavor of what kinds of questions you're going to ask, because I know you've been taking notes as I was speaking and as I was tripping over my tongue. And so you obviously will have more questions from my team tomorrow. And they're looking forward to working with you and sharing that information. So
we get to go home early today?
Don't talk.
You get to go home early. I get to go back to work.
Oh, no.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Listen, I just wanted to I really wanted to give a shout out to Louis and the staff here for the presentation and how they've got this week set up, because this is the most clarity that I've had at budget time since I've been on municipal council. This is making more sense.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Echoed by all of us, I'm sure.
Well, thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate that.
do we need I guess we need a motion to adjourn. It's a committee of the whole meeting. Councillor Bartow moves, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.